We are controlling transmission. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to...
Good morning. Sunday morning. Gary is away at the Wanamaker at Swap Meet Gun Show, whatever it is, in Tulsa. So he wasn't going to do a show. So I thought I'd do a fill-in. And here we are. Right now I'm by myself. So we'll see how this goes. I don't know if I'll go 4 hours. I'm shooting for 2. And I don't know if there's anybody out there either. So right now I might be talking to myself. But we had DJ Play Nice was out there, Krabby Turtle, Kingpin, and Tim S was out hunting. His son got a buck. And M. Gabriel. Good morning. And let me get, I guess we'll use that one. So down there at the bottom of the screen, there is email and a link. Either of those, you can, will get you somewhere. You can send in comments, suggestions, or pictures if you want to send in pictures within reason. And we can take a look at them. And there's in the description, there's a link for the Gilded server, and also the link will take you to the Gilded server, where you can put pictures in there, chit chat with other people, share memes, whatever, stuff like that. Kind of like a forum. At PA Reloader, Razor JB, and DJ again. So we'll do that. We can do a giveaway like Gary does. Yeah, and I'll put a banner up in a little bit, and we'll go with that EBCT7. Hashtag EBCT7. Music Logic, good morning. So what's everybody want to talk about? I don't really have anything. We talked about a lot last night on the overnight. We did the 6th and 7th Amendment. And then we talked pizza again. I don't remember what all we talked about. Talked about a bunch of stuff. And sometimes it's hard to keep straight what you talked about on the chat and what you talked about in the after chat. Caucasian Sasquatch, good morning. I don't know if somebody wants to come in and talk to me. Give me somebody to talk to. Let me know. Otherwise, this is going to be very, very boring. Uh, DJ saying, "Tell us a story." I don't know any good stories. I'm not. I don't think I'm a very good storyteller. Uh, well, and most of the time, if I tell a story, they come to mind because we're talking about something. I don't have a reservoir of stories. Tara Smith's Kitchen's out there, and she's thoughts. The majority of the population is female, and the majority increases with age. How does this affect politics? The ladies who burned their bras in the 60s are now retired and voting. Uh, I don't know. I've heard different theories, and uh, I don't know how true they might be or might not be. One of the things that I heard is for women, because they tend to be um, mothers, that they're more protective. So that's why you end up with restrictive laws. I don't, there are no absolutes. So I don't know, haven't really looked into researching that. It's just something that I happen to hear. Shafty's out there. Good morning. Music Logic is saying politics and the labor force become diluted by emotion over common sense. And AJOT, good morning. I don't know. I think there has to be some sort of impact where women are more involved um, in society outside the home. Um, they're more involved, so there, must be an impact, but how that shakes out exactly, I don't know. Midget with carrot cake, good morning. Uh, wow. Ooh, Shafty's saying he got 3 inches of snow. It's been cold enough to snow here. It's been uh, in the 30s at night, and I don't know, in the 40s, mid to lower 40s during the day, but it hasn't snowed. Music Logic saying, look at America's transition since the ERA in the 70s and where we are today. AJOT asking, what is the topic? I don't have a topic. So it's just kind of whatever everybody wants to talk about, we can talk about. Ooh, Music Logic got 5 inches of snow in Michigan. It's 18 degrees in Omaha. PA Reloader saying no snow in PA yet. Tim S. wants more coffee. Scottish Americans out there, good morning. And he's cursing the snow. We don't get a lot of snow here. I'm in Washington on the West Coast. We'll usually get a few days of snow where it'll snow, and then a few days afterwards where it sticks, but usually doesn't last that long. We might get a foot to 2 feet, but then within a few days it's all gone because it rained. I like the snow. It might just be there was definitely a lot more snow when I was a kid, every winter. As I remember, but that's a long time ago, so maybe it's just I'm remembering the snow days fondly. And where I grew up, it was all hills. Everywhere you went, you were either going up a hill or down a hill. And we'd get snow, but we still went to school. There wasn't really snow days like there is now. Probably about when I was hitting high school, they were doing more snow days, but it was just you'd go to bus routes where if you're on a big hill, then you had to walk to where there wasn't the big hill, and the bus would pick you up. I like this when there's snow on the ground and there's like a light snow coming down, and it's kind of almost a claustrophobic feeling because the cloud layer is so low, and with the snow covering everything, you feel a little boxed in. But I kind of like that, especially driving in it when there's nobody else driving. When there's other people driving, then it's a pain in the ass. But if I'm driving at night or early in the morning and there's not much traffic on the road, I do like it because it's peaceful. It's quiet. The sound muffles all the sound that's around, so it's quiet. Everything's soft. But again, I'm not dealing with 2 feet of snow for 4 months. So Shafty saying very ethereal like that. And I don't, it is nice when you get a lot of snow coming down in that, but not when you're driving because then it's hard to see. But if I'm just at home, then it's really pretty. Let's go back up. Tara Smith was saying I had 2 runs to Michigan before Thanksgiving, but today I'm riding my bike and getting ready now. Stop uttering such foul 4-letter words, especially the S word. That's the worst of them all. Yeah, she just got her bike back. It's been in the shop for a while after an accident. It's a Harley, and I forget which kind. It's not. I don't remember what model she has. It's not a fat. Not a fat bob. there and say at 75, the snow looks like you hit warp 9. I don't have my bikes anymore. I used to have a couple old Yamahas, a 79 and an 80. Can't remember if it was an 82. One was a XS7 850. XS 850 was the 78, and the other was the Virago, the 920. And that one I bobbed. And I've ridden in I think the coldest, it was in the 20s, but it was real dry, so I wasn't worried about it. I would ride a couple days a week to work, and ride in the rain. It didn't bother me too much. I didn't like it because my bike would have to sit out in the rain while I was at work, but I have ridden in the rain to work. That's when my commute was about 40 minutes, kind of dependent on traffic. I kind of stopped riding because I fell asleep one morning going home on the bobber. It's a really comfortable bike with mini ape hangers, so your hands are up a little bit, and the position was really comfortable. And I nodded off one of those micro naps where I opened my eyes and realized, I'm doing 75, and it's kind of realized you fell asleep. So I didn't ride as much after that. And then a couple of years ago, when my daughter was born, I went ahead and sold them. Figured maybe it was time to stop because age I'm getting to, and I've got a daughter, 2 kids now to worry about. My wife kind of wanted me to stop. So AGOT's in Texas. We don't get much snow in Texas. I did drive through a blizzard that hit DC a few years back. It was like crazy scary. Now it's nice. I only have like a 10-minute commute to go to work, so and it's pretty flat. I mean, there are hills like on the highway, and then going up to work, but nothing really that bad. And then when you're in town, they plow, or if it's icy, then they put down. They use the liquid around here, the spray that keeps the ice off. Oh, it is a fat bob. So Tara's saying a Harley fat bob M8 114 stage 2, 130 pounds of torque, runs 10s, 120 to 130. Would go faster if tracks were longer. Stage 4 with turbo would be a lot more power. I'm taking it easy for a while. That's a pretty good umph right there without the turbo. Razor JB said, I used to race motorcycles and skydive quite a bit. Broke my back a few times, but when my daughter was born, I sold it all. Yeah, I've never skydived before. Skydove. It was something, kind of. I know it would be thrilling, but I don't know. jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. Just whoop. So midget with carrot cakes asking, why are you up so early? I'm up because I'm kind of up all the time. I sleep in the in between times when nobody's looking, so I'm just kind of always up. And Tim S is saying a large amount suck at driving. Too many people. And Shafty said, at least people weren't driving like morons this morning. Usually, the first snow, the idiots have to remind themselves how to drive in it. It's amazing around here how in the summers we'll get long stretches of sunny weather. And then when the rains hit again, a lot of people forgot how to drive in the rain. So they'll be doing like 40 miles an hour on the highway because it's raining. It's like, well, turn your wipers on and speed up. And then you get around semis and they get in the spray coming off the trailer tires and they slow down. It's like, no, go faster, get past the semi, and you don't have to deal with that anymore. Shafty said he's jumping for the first time in June. Wow. You should get a GoPro, record it. That'd be cool to see. Are you doing one of the tandem ones where you're strapped to somebody else, or are you jumping on your own? And they're saying they get 200 horsepower bikes and turn them down to actually race them. You hit diminishing returns quickly after 150. Yeah, I've never had a bike with that much horsepower. I did have an XS 1100 that when it came out, mine was I think it was a 79, somewhere right in there. When it came out, they were the fastest production bikes. It would do 0 to 60 in can't remember exactly, 3 point something seconds, I think it was. It was faster than a Ferrari of the same time. And when I bought it from a friend in the late 90s, right around 98, 99. So it probably had lost some horsepower, but still, the first time I opened it up was when I was getting my my license. So I just had a learner's permit, and it scared the crap out of me. It was a kind of one of the back road highways where it's a little 2-lane highway, and pulled out, pegged it, and oh shit! And it was interesting learning on that because it was I hadn't ridden a motorcycle in since I was in high school. So that was about 99. So about 10 years. And then I had only ridden dirt bikes. So the bike basically I was getting my permit with was it was like 850 pounds, I think they were. It had bags and fairing. Ended up blowing the head gasket on it. Took it to a mechanic, and he said, yeah, it's going to cost more than the bike's worth. And I should have kept it and just rode it till the engine blew. But I ended up selling it for scrap. And then got the few years later, got the 850. Georgia Trapping and Fishing is out there. Good morning. And Scottish American, I did get your email, and I'll show it here in just a little bit. He's saying Northeast Ohio gets hit hard with snow. People who have lived there their whole lives still do not know how to drive in it, or heavy rain. Razor JB said he started doing it. Skydiving, I believe he's talking about. Started doing it for fun in the military. Let me do it for free. Free fall with full kit is as badass as it sounds. Was real fun. Tara says she has 2 loads of chlorocetic acid to take to Michigan. She does a lot of hauling liquids, hazardous liquids. And Safety saying, yeah, tandem. Shafty said, there's a guy I work gun shows with who is a certified jump instructor, going with him and 2 other people. I don't know. Can you trust him? Is he that one friend that says he can do that thing, that when you go to do that thing, he can't really do that thing? Tara Smith says, my last bike was a 76 Kawasaki 2-stroke 3-cylinder. Yes, the Widowmaker. Had a 76 too. I cannibalized for parts. I still like, growing up, that's what there was, the 2 strokes. And the sound and the smell of a 2-stroke bike, I still love that. My sister, when I was real little, she had a little mini bike. It was, like a 50cc or whatever. And we would ride it around the neighborhood. This was in the 70s. So, but I didn't understand how to shift. So I would be going down the road, and then completely let off the throttle, slow down, shift, and then back on. I never understood to, throttle up, off, shift, back on. I would, but it was a fun bike. I was probably like 5. Ozzy Osbourne's out there. Good morning. Wonder why it's having you download any apps. Grim 90s out there. Good morning. Keith Gregory. Tara's saying, I like the old truck stop in Tumwater, not the Pilot. I haven't been up there in years, though. Hope the old one is still there. No, the old one's, it's long gone. That old one that you're talking about is, I don't know if I would say famous, but there is the son of the owner murdered a girl and stuffed her in his truck. He had like some blankets for seat covers, wrapped her in the blankets, took her out to Pierce County and dumped her in a gravel yard. I saw on I don't remember which show, like one of the A&E detective shows. They did a story on that. if that's the one you're talking about. Shafty's saying he's done like 400 jumps. Okay. And let's see if I can get this right. Abigail Sorsha Finnegan is out there. I think I got that one right. New York Outcast. Good morning. I'll send you a link, Rob, if you want to jump in. So there. And while I've got this open, Kingpin, Scottish American sent in a picture of a rifle called the Kingpin. Oh. So let me share that. Oh, pretty nice. And I don't think he said what caliber it was. No. There we go. See if we can get in just a little closer. So whatever it is, it's a little louder because he's got one of those kind of brakes on it. So everybody's going to know he's there. Bjorn Gvald Olofsson is out there. Good morning. It's an AR-10 243 Win Mag. So it's got pretty good punch to it. Mario Mosen, good morning. Have you shot it yet? How does it shoot? Ozzy's saying, I've always wanted to skydive, couldn't find anyone to do it with me. No fun celebrating afterwards alone. And Tara Smith says, I tell hitchhikers not to get in trucks. Once you're in, you're dead. We have the perfect job for serial killers, and there have been a few famous ones. Don't get in the trucks. And G Webs is out there. Scottish American saying, I haven't shot it yet. Finally got the scope on there that I like. Now I have to wait till archery season is over. Don't want to ruin the hunt for everyone. Yeah, there was last time I was at the outdoor range. I took the 450 Bushmaster, the build that we did, that everybody voted on, what parts and stuff like that. And I would have everybody ask me what I was shooting. They would say that it's loud, and then ask what I'm shooting. And when I tell them 450 Bushmaster, they'd be oh, and it's got it's not a bird cage, but it's closer to that than a break. But it's still kind of loud. But there is a guy, a couple stalls down from me, that he had a 6.5 Creedmoor with a brake on it, and when he would shoot it, you could feel it in your teeth. It would rattle your teeth. What's going on, Rob? How you doing this morning? I'm doing great, Foss. Thanks for asking.
Sorry, man. My earbuds didn't line up for some reason. Got them all set up, and then you're talking out my phone. So I was like, "Oh, wait a minute." So took a second. My apologies.
Oh, it's no problem.
I'm doing all right. I'm alive. Woke up. So actually woke up a little miserable. So this might be a good thing.
Uh-oh.
Pop on here, help you out, or not necessarily help you out, but shocked to see you're here by yourself. Figured, you'd have some people in here with you. So
Yeah, it's just the way it worked out.
yeah, that happens sometimes.
And if I'm gonna run these, there's times I need to be able to do it by myself. Though I'm glad to have. I don't want you to leave now that you're here.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
It's a lot easier. I'm not the big talker that can sit and talk on my own.
I understand.
So you got a bad link. Bad link. You missed the
Uh-oh.
N in your link. That's why nobody's getting in here. The M in your link is bad.
No. Yeah, I saw you just posted a link. Is that a corrected link?
The last, yeah, I just put in a good one.
Okay.
It kept taking me to a spam thing, and I'm like, what's going on? Like, what's wrong with StreamYard? And it was going to StemYard or something, or like SteamYard without the M, I think.
Oh, yeah. When it's because I did it on my laptop, and I cannot cut and paste that link from my laptop, so I have to type it in by hand.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's all it is. So that's probably people have been trying to jump in and get some kind of weird. It's like probably got spam on it, so like all the virus stuff comes up and says, "Hey, you sure you want to go to this site?"
Oh yeah. Ooh. Yeah, let me. Oh yeah, there we go. So let me edit that real quick. So I put StreamYard instead of StreamYard. So that might be what Caucasian Sasquatch was talking about.
Yeah, because otherwise you take the last part off and it works fine.
So I updated it in the Gilded server. So hopefully that works. Let me see. Let me double check that real quick. I'll use my phone. See what happens. Yeah, I don't know. The internet's been kind of weird this morning here. My desktop, I couldn't connect to anything. My tablet would connect to about half of the stuff I tried to, and my phone would connect to everything. So I don't know what's going on there.
My link worked. Headphones didn't, but obviously I'm here.
Okay. No, that didn't. My correction didn't work. So let me. I don't know what's up with that, but I'm just going to erase most of that, but I don't want to get rid of that post because that might erase your fixing the post. So that way nobody else accidentally goes into whatever it's trying to do. I apologize to anybody that tried to get on because of that. I'm not sure what's up with that. Tim asks is saying, where's your West Coast radio attitude? Wolfman didn't need a sidekick. I'm just not a big talker. There's a guy at work who he'll listen to some of the chats, and he told me a couple months ago, he's amazed at how much I talk when I'm doing my chat because I don't talk at work. I don't know.
Yeah. I can see that being the case, or somebody saying something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, when you're on there by yourself, either you got a bunch of topics or you read through the chat. But yeah, it's definitely probably easier. I can speak with my small experience. It's easier having guests on. So also frees you up to actually check and see what people are saying more too, instead of trying to respond to stuff and, you know, read the next ideas popping up at the same time. So
yeah.
I see Baron got his award.
Yeah, I wanted to do both of your guys's. Well, his was the original idea that I had. When I thought it was just going to be for one person, then when neither of you refused to lose, I had to think up a second one. So yours was the second idea. I like them both, but I really like the gummy bear one.
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah, I like mine. I think it's cool. I mean, I think Baron's is cool too. But you know, I don't know. I like mine. So if I had to pick one, I'd pick mine. So thank you.
Yeah, it was. Yours took a little while to figure out how to do it. Because originally I was going to use a plaque like his, and then I thought, well, I don't know how that's going to look. And then thought, oh, I'll get maybe like a glass box kind of thing. So I went down to, I think Michael's. I went down to Michael's, the crafting, or no, not Michael's. I went to Joanne Fabrics.
Ooh, big money.
They had the box, the different sizes, and bought one, brought it home, realized it's not glass. I thought they were glass. I didn't even check the little windows. They were a really thin, crappy plastic. So then it's like, oh, well, shit, what do I do now? So I removed those and then went and got some thicker stuff from Home Depot. And I couldn't put it in the slots, the original slots, because I would have had to widen them. So I put them on the inside. And then kind of with the paint job, helped disguise that they're not where the original ones were.
Seemed like plexiglass to me. It's like, damn, tapping on it. Like, you spent some money on this thing.
Yeah, it's good. I forget what the thickness is, but it's about that thick. So I wanted it to be sturdy, so if you touched it, it didn't fold in half.
Yeah, that's a damn good job, I thought. So it's pretty good. So I bought a lot of plexiglass for projects or animal cages and all types of different things. And strange how that stuff's more expensive than regular glass, but especially if you want to start getting into thick stuff, but for being, plastic or whatever you call it. So, well, no, I can't even think what they call it now. Styrene or something, or I don't know. But either way, it's definitely tell you put some work into it, man. So I really appreciate it. And then I seen the box of shipping, $22 right there. I was like, damn, this dude's rich. So
Well,
appreciate
it's the way the way I do my channel allows me to do things differently. So, I'm not shipping out to, 100 patrons every
it
month.
every week.
So I
Yeah.
don't have all that cost. So if I spend a little more on this or that, it happens less often. So it's not as big a deal. I used to have,
appreciate the bubble wrap you sent, because I mean that thing was wrapped up pretty well, but yeah, I could reuse that down the road.
that's
Cool
what that
stuff.
was. It's bubble wrap out of something else that I got. The backing on that it was a protective sheet that came in the flat pack furniture.
Okay.
But it was a nice long kind of wide piece that I saved it and used it for stuff.
That's cool. Yeah, I was a little thrown off at first just because I thought it was like a love song or something. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell is this? Like, what happened here? So
this,
yeah, had to look up the song, check the lyrics, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's all right, that's cool.
What do we got going on?
That's the prize that I made for him for doing the one chip and the gummy bear challenge. Go ahead and turn it on.
Try to one-handed here. The lights and the sound. I added one of your stickers just if I die next week, people know where it came from.
I think it's cutting out or something. We're not hearing any song. So that's plastic or rubber in there?
With the gummy bear?
Yeah.
That's resin.
Got it to glow pretty hot.
So you mean I can eat that thing?
If you hit the button again, it'll turn the music off.
Are you hearing it?
Just probably like you, where it cuts in and out.
The music stopped at the end there.
I don't know. I enjoy doing projects like that, where you have to. It's like a puzzle, I'll have a general idea of what I want to do, and then it can change as I go through it. Depending on, if I can't quite do what I think I want to do, so it changes to where it's, not what I originally had pictured. I don't draw up plans or anything like that. I let the piece talk to me, tells me what it wants to be. Well, mostly it's just I'm not a craftsman, so I don't know what I'm doing. So I have to make it up as I go along.
It looks pretty good though. And it obviously took a little bit of time. So I figured you built the box yourself out of that board. So I was like, hey, showed us a board. And I was just thinking like maybe a plaque or something. And I was like, I guess you ripped that down, made the molding and stuff, and the frame, put it all together. But apparently I gave you too much credit, Mr. I'm going to go to Joanne Fabric.
You did. I admit it.
That's all right. Still the idea. So I think the song is Inferno by somebody like that.
Bella Porch. I hadn't heard of the song before. I just looked up songs dealing with
hot or something.
Fire.
Fire. Yeah. It's cool. I mean, I guess I'm the reason hell's so hot, and Baron's the god of fire. So
no, that's not. His plays Ring of Fire.
Ring of Fire?
Yeah. Okay. He put that other one over it for some reason.
Oh, that son of a
But yeah,
gun.
he's a big Johnny Cash fan, so I put Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire on his. But Mike White's out there. Good morning. Uh-oh. He was saying he's packing up to go out to desert target shooting to sight in his North Tac 1-4 by 28 LVPO. But the dog threw up. That's too bad.
Had fun out there, sighting in your new scope, I assume. So, yeah, go slow, make your ammo count. Yeah, and everybody does it differently, but I try to kind of go by the numbers and not be there all day just shooting at everything. So, yeah, so, I'm sure you've probably seen some people try to sight things, and I don't know what they're really doing, but I guess they're having fun.
When I sighted in the 450 Bushmaster, I couldn't see where it was hitting. It took me a few shots to see where it was on my cardboard. Once I figured that out, it's like, okay, got it adjusted, got it close, and to where I thought, okay, it's hitting here. I'll adjust it. And I adjusted the wrong way. And totally threw it off, and then took me a few to get back to where I could see where it was. And then I ended up just blowing 40 round, total, just having fun. And then I let one of the other guys that I met there shoot it. There was another older guy that was shooting, and I asked him if he wanted to shoot it, and he's like, no. I said, well, no, it's fine if you want to. He goes, no, if I do, then I'll want one. So I don't want to shoot it.
Sounds like me. Yeah, a lot of this nice stuff in the world, I don't even want to bother because, I'll be afraid I like it, and then I'm screwed because I can't afford it. Yeah.
Bjorn said he's ready for deer season. Got his scope sighted in yesterday.
Are you doing any hunting this year? Are you into that? How about
No,
you? Either one of you two?
I don't hunt.
I hunt through my friends. We both hunt all the time. They're just coming down. They're out for a week right now, going mule deer. Already got one, so it's not that cold. So they probably brought it down. It's making an hour to get to the mountain from here, to the mountain they're on. So they went up for a week. How'd they do this? They went up for like a week, brought the kids up for the weekend, and then the kids came down, and then they went back up. Somewhere like Tuesday, they came down to vote, and then Wednesday he was telling me that they got one, and then I'm guessing they brought it down, and then probably went back up again because that's where they are. But my friends are hardcore hunters, so just watch them hunt. Out here, you either hunt, because it's not like back east where you just sit next to some soybean farm and like put some salt out and just sit there waiting for the biggest one to walk by and shoot it from above. Out here, you got to like stalk them and hunt them, or stalking. You sit there and watch on the other side of a hill, a mile away or something. Figure out which way you want to go, because we got like rolling hills in the foothills. Go up in the mountains, it's like hunting in any forest, but in the foothills, you can spot something, some kind of deer or whatever, elk or antelope, I suppose. Antelopes are out in the fields more. Anyway, you spot them by getting really good glass and looking for a long time. You figure out all the critters that are out there. There's probably dozens of them out there. Once you find them all, you figure out which ones you want to go stalk, and then you stalk up close to them, figure out, shoot them, and then the rest. But it's more, I don't want to say it's the most challenging ever or nothing, but it's more hunting out here than just sitting there and drinking beer.
Probably more active too, and honestly, that would be probably more my style. So,
Dude, because those critters out there are not, I mean, they're kind of worried about us, but the smart ones book, like the old ones book into the reservations because they know that the reservations have reasons. So they literally just book across the lines because they know where they are. At least they know where they can go and people don't bother them, right? During those times of years. But the ones that aren't smart yet, they're not just thinking about hunters. They're thinking about coyotes and cougars and everything else, right? So just, people driving fast down a road, like they got a lot of predators out here. So yeah, they're not super spooky. You can get them, but it's more hunting. I'm not saying it's the worst. I mean, there's definitely places where you got more terrain and stuff. You go up into actual mountains shooting sheep. That's tough, but it's just a little tougher than sitting in a stand out here.
Yeah,
so anyway, that's why I don't just go do it. I'll go. I used to go hunt all the time, but I'd go hang out with the guys, hang out at the camp, watch the dogs and stuff. I'd go hunt, but I'm not like, I don't have to come back with meat every time. I got friends that they've just been hunting their whole lives. They've come back with meat, and for a while they were shooting racks and stuff, but they just basically want to come back. They think of it as being part of the resource, right? So they're going to come back with the critter that's most appropriate to bring back. Does that make sense? Like, they don't care about the size so much anymore. They're going to take the biggest one that's best for the herd, and that's how they play. So I watched through that.
G23's out there, and he's asking if we're still going from last night. No.
I got a bunch of hours of sleep in there, it seems like.
Yeah, I took like a 2-hour nap. Ate some hot dogs this morning and fired up a new one. When I lived in Eastern Washington, I had a friend that he would go hunting and then he would hunt elk and bear. So he'd give me like bear heart and liver and elk.
Yeah,
that being said, I
Go
grew
ahead,
up where everybody just parks next to a field. Just find some farmer who's like, yeah, go ahead. I hate these deer anyway. Like, kill them. And then, each weekend they got different people sitting in the stand just taking out all the what do you call them, like nuisance pest deer, really. So I don't want to make it sound like all deer hunting is lame. I just happened to grow up where it was more like harvesting than anything else. It was like going to a fish farm and netting them out of there. And it was literally meat and skin. Like, we would use the skin for rugs and stuff and everything, but it was just really meat all the time. It wasn't really a hunt. When they wanted to hunt, when I was a kid, they'd go hunting for pig. That's where, at least I was told, that was more challenging.
Bjorn saying that your late night chats is too late for me. Yeah, sometimes it's too late for me too. But did you give him a name? Or you just call him Puppy?
I just call him Puppy because I keep saying Taz because the only one that's even close to him is Taz, but that Taz dog has a way longer neck and he's like a 2-year-old, 3-year-old dog. This dog's like 6 months old. But no, I just been calling him Puppy. Sleeps all the time. For some reason, he's sleeping all the time.
Right. It just feels safe with you.
No, they say dogs sleep each other time anyway. Plus, he'll like get in these spurts with the puppy, and or my dog and the puppy will run around, play a little bit, and then they fall asleep for a while.
That's cool.
So I assume the dog didn't have a chip then?
No. And I went to pretty much every place where people can make an alert for a dog that they lost, and there's only one pug in Tucson that's even close. And then I put an alert that I found them on everyone in Tucson, plus some national ones like PetSmart and stuff. So let's see.
Man, I can't speak for everywhere and whatnot, but my daughter works at a vet, and she's we spoke about the chip thing before. She's talked about it, and like, yeah, I don't know. Her opinion is it's, a lot of people tend to pass on it from what I hear from her. So, and the dog not having a collar was like, a flag to me that it probably didn't have a chip, because people who spend money on chips spend money on collars and things like that as well. So typically, from what we've seen, so that's why it didn't really shock me that I was saying yesterday in the chat, it seems like a lot of pets don't have the chip. So even though it's semi affordable or whatnot, but
$35, and it takes moments. Like, you go, hey, can I get the chip? Hold on a minute. Okay, the chip's in there. It's $35. I mean, they stick their needle in there and it's done. But I guess people think that they're being tracked, maybe, or something, like they don't want.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. I mean, I think people have a misperception that, like, you can turn on some tracker, like where's my phone or something, you know what I mean, and figure out where your dog is, but it doesn't work like that. So obviously,
there's no power.
Yeah.
There's no power in the chip. It's powered by the reader.
Yeah.
You have to put the reader on top of it, and it gives it enough power to read it.
Basically, I think that's where a lot of people are like, well, no, then, not worried about it. So I don't know. That's what it seems like. And place she works there, I don't know. I guess it's not a cheap place. So, the people that would choose to go there usually don't have a problem spending a bunch of money. So, and they still
they don't think about $35 like a big purchase. They're just like,
yeah.
Well, when Bubba got old, he walked away. Like, Oro, when he got old, he just walked away one time. And the door had opened or whatever, and he's lived his whole life not running away or nothing, and he just kind of was old and walked away. And I was certainly glad I had the chip, because they were able to, wand it. The thing is that all the rescues and other things have wands too, so it's not hard to get one of them wands. So pretty much anybody who cares about dogs and is dealing with them can get themselves one of them wands, and then I'm assuming that number tells them what your phone number is or something. Or they got, if they got the wand, they know how to figure out the number.
Yeah, I believe it's the same information that's typically printed on a collar. One of those little tag deals. Name of the pet, address, a contact information.
It's an account number at the place you get the chip. So basically, you go, hey, I found a dog with this chip number, and they go, thanks, we'll contact the owner. So you don't have to, it's like a, what do they call that? It's like a separation between you and whoever finds the animal.
Okay.
It's not like they just.
Was that so the shelter can charge the owner for holding the dog until they come pick it up?
Well, it's probably just maintaining the database is easier for the third-party company.
That too, yeah.
Did you think that?
I think there's two companies that make chips, they told me, but I'm not an expert. I think that's what the vet told me. There's like two companies. The readers can read both of them, I think. But then, like this dog, because they wanted to see, they use both readers just to make sure.
You would think a facility would contact the owner and give them your information, so they're not handing out other people's information or whatever for state, and then the owner could call you and set up an appointment to meet. But
it goes to the website.
If you leave it at a shelter or a vet, the owner's going to get charged. That would be my assumption, because around here, you get charged
because you're providing a service. If somebody drops a dog off and you're holding it for a number of days, your employees and your electricity and your food, like, you're providing a service. I could see that. But I think they charge you also, like, when I didn't engage it or whatever, but if it would have been engaged when he ran away or whatever, I think they would have charged me $35 as a location fee. And I don't think anybody cares at that point, because they got their dog back. But I think that's how it works. I'm not actually sure. It might just be when you buy it.
Maybe. I don't know. I just know a friend that had a dog that used to get out all the time when he was at work. And a couple times a year, the pound would catch the dog, and they wouldn't call. Like, they'd take like they just wait like a day or two to try to call. So he figured it out. He'd call around and figure out where the dog was. They always wanted to charge him like $200-$300. They'd give the dog a bath. And the dog was clean. I mean, it was just their policy, you know what I mean? To make, because it can't have it around all the other pets, all this stuff. They'd go through this whole process. And then they even, I think, gave the dog shots or something one time. Basically every time it cost him like 300 and some odd bucks to pick his dog up. He was just getting pissed. And it was the nicest damn dog. The dog was just, there was a couple times a year you could not keep that dog inside anything. Like they should have named him Houdini. He was always running around looking for girls. I can't think of the breed, but lovable dog. It wasn't anything vicious. Nobody was ever scared seeing this dog coming or nothing. But either way, there was a couple months in a row where he had to pay like 300 and change every month because the dog would somehow get out. I don't know if people were letting the dog out or what, and that adds up pretty quick. So that's why I'm just assuming they charge for every damn thing. So I know the place my daughter works at, they charge for every damn thing and charge a lot. Like even if you want to take your dog in for something or a pet, you got to do a pre-examination and stuff, and to become what do you call it? Not a member, but a patient. It's pretty damn extreme. So, and you're up to probably $150 before you can even bring your dog in to really be seen for something. So, which I think is, I don't know. I mean, I'm cheap. I just think some of this stuff is a little crazy. So I feel bad for pet owners.
Ron Wayne's out there. Razor JB said, I have a chip reader for like $80 and see it sees international as well as U.S. information. Problem is if people don't put in or update their info online, the chip means nothing.
That'll happen, I suppose, if somebody sells a dog or something, I guess.
Well, if you move and then don't update your information.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you'll know whose dog it is, but they moved to another state and now the dog's here.
Yeah.
Contact number.
It's better than nothing. It's better than just the collars they used to have back in the day. Well, I don't know if it's better. It's an alternative. It's like the collars. If the collar can fall off, if the collar was there, you know who the dog was. You call them. If the collar was on and the people moved, then you wouldn't. You moved with your phone numbers, or you didn't move with your phone numbers back in the day. You moved. You got a new phone number, right? So
yeah.
That would happen back in the day with a collar too. Nothing's perfect.
Yeah, our dog has gotten out a couple times since we've been here, but he's both chipped and a collar. But it's been a neighbor.
Yeah, that knows your dog and goes, "Come here," and then tells you, "Hey, your dog's out."
Yeah, they'll call and say, "Oh, hey, we got your dog down here," and he's really friendly. So it's Razor JB said, when I import and verify chip numbers, sometimes I find 3 to 5 different chips in the dog. Seems smart, but a pain as well.
Huh. I guess you put in multiple ones and then all go into the same contact info so that nobody can steal it.
I don't know.
I've heard of them falling out or getting lost in the dog or something. And then I imagine somebody who's really a jerk and it's a valuable dog, they'll just pull it out of there, right?
Yeah, you can usually feel it under the skin. Kind of at the base of the neck is usually where they'll put it.
It's just kind of there, right? Yeah, so it can fall.
Yeah, it's a little bigger than a grain of rice, and you can feel the little lump.
Yeah, I think putting several chips in a dog, I don't know, starting to cross to abuse in my opinion, but everybody's got different takes on it. But
it's like a tag, like on a pig or something, or what they put in the cow's noses. I mean, it's just a earring essentially. I guess what you're saying, but I don't think the dog gives a shit.
He's also saying, I chip dogs for $20 and upload data to a database, and good for life until it's removed. No other cost.
So that thing costs $80 and that'll chip them also, or it's just the reader? I'll buy it. Thing to do.
Yeah, probably you can program the information through it. and read it.
But they got collars with internet tracking. It's even more creepy, where they literally, definitely are tracking you because they're designed to connect to like nets, any kind of net.
You're saying one chip in each dog, but they place in back of neck. They move around sometimes. Then Europeans try to sell a dog that isn't the right dog. A lot of shady info like x-rays as well.
Probably get an X-ray of this dog. It'd be like $15 because he's so little.
Just hold them up to a candle. Probably see through them.
Like looking at an egg.
Yeah. John Z. Mo EDC's out there. Good morning. And Bjorn had said he had some Gorn. You can email it to the email address on tacticalfoss@gmail.com. Or can't remember if you're on the Gilded server or not. But you can email it to me if you haven't already. Let me check my email here. Yeah. Yeah, the first time when we got our Beagle chipped, I didn't know about the chips yet. And so I went in and asked to get them tattooed because it used to be you tattooed the ear before the chips. And they're like, oh, well, we can do that, but we can put the chip in him now. It's like, oh, yeah, we'll do that instead.
Get him to give him a tattoo of a chip.
Tattoo of a battleship on his belly. You know it's your dog because it has Old Ironside or the USS Constitution on his stomach.
Flip it over. Is there a boat on there?
Does his arm say mom?
I'm thinking that too. Get a little mom tattoo on him.
Oh. So Razor's saying that that selling a dog is too strong or doesn't work out, they re-chip under a different name and resell. So that's why there's sometimes multiple chips. I think that's what he's saying. They re-chip it with a different name and
like the fifth chip for this dog, but one at a time. Like they keep pulling it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense. Otherwise they'd conflict, right? We got 2 chips in this dog.
Well, wouldn't they remove the old chips or just reprogram the old chips? You would think you could do that. I don't know. It just seems weird throwing a bunch of chips in the damn dog. Because what if, the next guy hits off the 3rd instead of the 5th chip?
I think that's what I was thinking too. I think he's saying they pull the old one out and just leave one chip in the dog at a time. Just that it's a new one with bad info or updated fake info. But I don't know. They make cards that you can just take a thing and go up next to it and rewrite it. So, I mean, I guess they make those things unrewritable. Is that the right word? So that they can't be. So you can't just walk up somebody's dog and claim it. Like change the number. They probably make them hardwired.
Oh, for the x-rays, he's saying if the dog has bad hips, they use x-rays of other dogs. Put the name and sell them then. Some kind of weird racket going on in Europe.
Well, think like a police dog or something, and they need, good stuff, or maybe show dogs. And they, like, I know with some of the big ones, they'll have, what's that hip issue? Rottweilers
dysplasia.
Yeah, hip dysplasia. So probably trying to say, hey, no, we're clear of that, right? Here's a picture of a great X-ray.
There's a lot of that type of stuff here too, in a sense, where people come up with fake paperwork or things like that for their dogs. So I've known a few people that buy expensive dogs, and it's always a story. It seems to be where they gotta go through a bunch of hoops just to verify what they're getting is actually correct. Because as nice as the lady is or whoever, you just can't trust them anymore. So. Same with cars, like classic cars, all that type of stuff. I mean, there's scammers in every field, really. So.
Razor JB said, yeah, working police military dogs. And Night Strike was asking, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Get back here. Get back here. Where'd you go? There you go. Are you still live? No. Fired up a new stream this morning. Gary didn't care enough to show up for work, so thought I'd fill in. And Smaggy's out there.
He's using up all his sick days because he's getting ready for retirement.
And Scottish American is saying, unfortunately, reselling dogs with other chips is big business in some places.
Dude, I need to get me one of these chips. I got a dog with no chip in it. I just got to get me a good chip, and I can sell this dog as a big fancy dog.
Personally, I've never spent $1 buying a pet. Like, just ain't gonna happen. I spend money buying a dog I plan to use as a tool, for like work purposes or something. But and I'd also probably try to claim it on my taxes at that point. But that's a whole nother story. But I don't know. I always felt funny. It's like buying a person or something. I know people see dogs as possessions, but the law does too in some senses. But I don't. So I don't know, man. I think everything's got its own vibe, personality, whatever. It just seems wrong. Like, people spend $1,200 on a dog and then they lock it in a little cage while they're at work all day. It's like, what the hell, dude? You're just buying something to imprison it? Like, I don't know. I got a weird take on pets, but
so you treat them to reverse fetch on the job site so that they go out there and like bring wood to everybody.
Yeah.
They run over and grab some nails and bring.
I mean, like security purposes or stuff like that. Like, but those like dogs like that are they're typically not your pet in a sense. So I mean, there's a difference. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, others there may not be, but I'm not going to send a pet out to investigate a noise at night. You know what I mean? Because I care about the pet, and if it was a bad situation, somebody's just going to kill the damn thing. So, you know what I mean? Like, but a trained, dog is a different story in a sense where, that could be collateral damage, and it's better that the dog went than me. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's a lot of ways to look at things, but not that you'd want the dog to go, obviously. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I think pets are pets, and it's almost like your family. You don't customize your damn kid or something. Well, I guess some people do these days. I mean, that's a whole other story.
Our beagle that we had, I did get him from a breeder, but I probably will never, and it's nothing against that. I don't know that guy. I didn't look into him, but I probably will never get one from a breeder again, just from a shelter, because those are animals who need homes, and there is a sometimes substantial fee that you have to pay. But there are animals that need a home, and that's our Jack Russell. He was a rescue dog from Texas, but the shelter that he was in Texas was a kill shelter. So there's a group that will gather up these dogs from those kind of shelters and try and get them adopted. They brought them up to Washington and had a big event with a bunch of different shelters. to try and get them adopted, and that's what.
That's cool. Something like that I can somewhat support, but in a sense, or condone in that fact because you're helping stuff out in a sense. But yeah, I don't know. Seems again, I don't know. I already gave my opinion, so there's no point in repeating it. So
Razor JB said, average police dog coming from Europe, not including flight and import cost, is $5,500. Wow. And Night Strike says, Rob, you're just weird, period.
probably. I don't know, man. I respect animals. What can I tell you? Even my lady, I don't low jack her, so I guess I'm an odd one.
Bjorn says, I don't have any pets, but I do have honeybees. Razor JB said, working dogs saved my ass as well as others in my unit the day we employed them until the present. Unfortunately, we lost some of them as well.
Yeah. Yep, I can get and appreciate.
Pretty sure dogs are down with that. They live short lives. They run around wanting to be with their people 100%. And I'm pretty sure if you asked any dog, hey, you want to take that bullet? You want to go sniff that bomb for the person behind you? They're going to be like, yep, where's that dog? Where's that bullet? Where's that bomb? Just the way dogs are.
That's like this meat missile right here. Just throw this towards enemy. He'd go take out bad guys.
They jump on snakes, you know what I'm saying? They wake people up in fires. They care. That's all they do is they care 100% of the time.
And G20. What's that?
You missed Tara's one up there.
Oh. And Tara was saying, I've seen guns with marked over numbers and symbols where people were trying to make them number matching. People counterfeit everything: furniture, guns, dogs, bikes. Old bikes are easy. Yeah, I don't really worry about number matching because I'm not spending that much. If there's a 1911 that's all number matching and is whatever desirable year and is like 10 grand, or there's a 1911 that is basically identical but a year that nobody wants, I'll get the one that year nobody wants because I don't care about all that other stuff because the cost does not I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of.
Value doesn't come from that.
Yeah, not for me. You'll see that in like silver rounds or coins. You get two that are identical. The only thing that's different is the year. It can be 1 year difference and be quite a significant difference in price. Well, I don't care about that, whatever that year is. To me, they're the same.
Well, did that following year have a higher silver content by any chance?
No, they'll be exactly the
they
same.
only made 100, and the next year they made 1,000, so they're rarer.
Yeah.
Consider that kind of value worth something?
Not to me.
It depends why you collect, I guess. You know what I mean, or why you're doing it.
I understand, but I'm saying like if the world thinks it's worth more because there's only 100 of those years, then I'd be like, well, I'd rather have the one that's got more demand, so I can definitely sell it. It's going to have more value, even though I don't see the reason for it. I understand it's got the better value.
Yeah.
I understand that, but
you need to sell it like in a jam. Let's say internet's not working, all this, the normal exchanges are down, and it's just you and your town needing to turn that into something tangible, something else. Is the next guy going to care that it's this year instead of that year? Probably not. I mean, would he even know? Probably not.
If there's not a huge difference in price between the two things, I might pay a little more for something. But if there's a huge difference in price, then no, I don't. If I don't have the money and I'm not looking to buy that specifically, I'm not gonna spend the money on it. And if somebody else wants to, I don't care. That's it's their money to do with as they wish.
I mean, that's like with any collection. People collect even similar things for different reasons. So it could even be you find the cheaper one and you're like, oh yeah, no one wants this year. And then there's one person that's like obsessed with whatever 1922. And you're like, okay, well, I have a bunch of 1922s for you. So sometimes you just find the right person.
I don't believe in collecting things.
Is lying that bad on the internet allowed? I don't think you're allowed to say that kind of stuff on the internet.
He might be running for office somewhere. I mean, it's pretty good.
My constituents don't like collecting.
I tend to fall into the trap of I'll buy one thing and then think, whoa, this is kind of neat. This one's a little bit different than that one. Maybe I'll get 2 of them, and then I'll end up with 10 of them. Whether it's 10 of the exact same thing or 10 similar things, that's why I have a lunchbox collection.
How's your first wife feel about that?
Well, may she rest in peace. My wife knows that that's the way I am, and when it starts, if I start on something, she'll ask me, "Are you collecting?" No, I'm not. I'm not. Totally not collecting. I'm only going to have
4.
I'm only going to have 3 guns, 2 pistols and 1 rifle, because that's all I need. I'm not collecting. And it's, well, I've got an AR, but only one for downstairs. I need one for upstairs. And well, the AR is good, but I don't have anything long range. Well, the long range is good, but I don't have anything for small game.
That's not collecting, though. That's like having a flashlight in every room or in every vehicle. You're not collecting flashlights. You have flashlights in every vehicle. So I think collecting is more like you were saying, like, oh, I have the 1961, I have the 1964, the very rare 1967, and then here's the 1968, and here's the reasons and I have all of them just to have them all. That's collecting.
That's kind of the rule that I've been trying to follow, is there needs to be a purpose for the gun that I buy. As long as it fulfills a purpose, it's not collecting.
Yeah, you're allowed to have more than one fire extinguisher without collecting them.
It's gotten to where it's been harder to come up with a reason for needing that. Because like the Bushmaster was, I just wanted to build one, which kind of is starting to break the rules. Which is how you end up
trying to create a skill. You're going to be like, well, I want to learn how to whittle, but I don't want to collect things that I've whittled. Those don't match. You have to accumulate in order to build the skill. If you're trying to build a skill, I guess you could say, I won't keep it, right? I'll build it and then trade it off for the parts for the next one, or I'll build it and take it apart. What about that?
I'm not good at that. Once I have something, I keep it. And there are some exceptions. I've talked about before, where if I buy something that I think is neat, and I'll keep it until I no longer find it's no longer enjoyable when I look at it, where it's just a thing sitting there. Then I'll, maybe I'll do it for a giveaway, give it to someone. I used to, for Christmas, I would buy gifts really early. So I'd buy all the toys really early and play with them during the year, and then rebox them at Christmas and then give them to the kids.
Oh, you're giving them used toys?
Yep.
Shit, every time I try that, I end up breaking something. So I don't touch nothing.
Here's a pro tip: you should buy stuff off of Amazon using my link that you're going to be giving away as gifts, and then get it. Now do an open the box on your channel, and now you've got a video with an open the box and a link to your Amazon, and now you do a review of the product, Travis P11 style, and then backs it back up and gift it. And now you've got 2 videos from everything that you sent out as gifts. And nobody's going to care that you opened it up and looked at it, verified that it's all there. Because if you open it up, you're like, oh, there's no USB cord in this. Now you got time to jump back and or reorder it or get it fixed.
Yeah, some of the stuff that I've collected are just placeholders for memories. So stuff from my childhood, maybe something that I used to have as a kid. It's something that I look at it and it holds that memory for me. That I had this thing. I loved this when I was a kid. So when I look at it, you get some of that same feeling.
So how many X's are trapped in the closet then?
Complete or disassembled?
Oh, well, never mind. We'll wait till off air.
So you ever watch like a channel that does Lego builds, Lego toys? Or I guess not toys, like the Lego art, I guess. Whatever they call it.
Now and again, if I come across something interesting, but
whenever I discovered that that's a thing, I was like, are you kidding me? And there'd be people with like their whole basements, and they'll do like walkthroughs, just like somebody does a walkthrough of their gun room. Well, I guess people don't do that many walkthroughs of their gun rooms, but people used to do walkthroughs of their gun rooms. I don't know if they do anymore. But people who do like walkthrough of their Lego room, and they'll have different ways of organizing, but effectively like a shoebox, those plastic shoe boxes that are kind of clear. They'll have like a plastic shoe box with every kind of piece and every color, and then they'll have smaller bins of the smaller pieces in every color, and their walls will just be these shelves or bins or whatever of Legos, and then they have a big table or something in the middle, and then they build, and then they take it all apart, and then they build again, and then they take it all apart. So they're just using those Legos as like a resupply, and every once in a while they got to buy a new part, but most of the time they're just they just throw all their parts into these bins. What about doing ARs like that? Build an AR, be like, all right, when like you say you get sick of it, take it all apart, and now you got all those parts, and now you can go, can I build something with any of these parts? And then the parts that you don't want, either set there or replace, because you can take apart an AR and just using colors or brands or something. You could take it apart, switch brands or switch colors, put it back together. Have a really different gun if you change something like the length of the barrel or the caliber or something. Same with the Glocks and all the fake 80s things that are, the Wonder 9s now with all the different, they all use the Glock or the SIG form factor. I'm sure people have drawers full of replacement parts and stuff. Why don't people just take apart their guns? Why do they leave them together?
I don't know. Because I did, that's what I did first.
Oh, you have done that?
Well, I put together an upper and thought, well, I can just swap this and out and that. And then looking at the upper, it's like, well, shit, I'll just build a lower for it. Couldn't stand looking at it being apart.
You're more than welcome to use me as an excuse. I mean, you can tell your wife, there's this, I don't know, whatever. You tell her whatever you think's gonna work, and you're just doing this for charity for some poor son of a bitch in New York. It's fine. I don't mind. I'll even pay the transfer fees. You can, hook you up with a shop. You can send over, transfer over. I could hold on to it for a couple of years, play with it, fondle it, molest it, and then send it back to you. And it'll be like a new gun, and she'll be like, oh, wow. And then, you can swap parts around and then just send me another one.
Well, she does know about probably 2/3 of what I have, but it's kind of she doesn't want to know, so I don't tell her. But I try and let her know what's going on, but she doesn't want anything to do with guns or anything. The only time that she's ever got mad was the Super Blackhawk, because I put part of that on a card, and so she got a little upset over that. Okay. Hang on just a second. My wife just sent me a text.
Uh-oh.
Said, I'm watching. I know how many guns you have.
But so when she saw that, then she got upset because I put it on a card. But I just took some of silver and sold it, which worked out in the end, long run, because I bought it at like $16 an ounce, sold it for like 26. So I ended up making money on selling a little bit. I can't remember. I only had to sell like 4 or 5 rounds, and was able to pay off the gun.
So did she not like that it was on a credit card, or that you just put it on that card to be,
That I put it on a card that I spent that money.
Okay.
Because pretty much everything else is cash. I pay cash. I'll save up, and then when I have enough to buy something, if I'm going to buy it, then I'll use that. Less paperwork.
Yeah.
And that one was just kind of, I saw it. It was a stainless steel 7.5 inch 44 Magnum, and I had to have it. And so I dealt with the fallout. So if you guys can take over for a minute, I got to go take care of something for my wife, and I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, no problem. So you guys think she's watching this and she's like, oh, what the hell? Or
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
yeah, bro.
I used to work with a guy like way back in the day when I was at the hardware store that was obsessed with garage sales. And he would go to garage sales like on his lunch break. He'd go, on his way home from work, like all the time, and just buy toys, tons and tons of toys. And his whole thing was he had one room in the house was like his toy room. He was allowed to put stuff in there. And his trick was to keep it messy, because, if you have a messy toy room with like a bunch of whatever Hot Wheels all stacked up on top of each other or whatever, and you toss 3 more into the pile, no one notices. If you have it neatly displayed on a shelf, and then all of a sudden there's 3 new ones, then you're going to notice like, hey, you have more than you used to. So that was always his trick. Or he would put a lot of the toys at the hardware store. He was like the head of the paint department, and he'd put them like on the top of the shelves where like there wasn't any product. So you'd be walking through the hardware store like, oh, I need a hammer, I need a screwdriver, a can of paint, and here's some kind of weird like alien toy or something. We just had all these little toys like hiding all over the room, all over the store.
I don't know. I think you pay your bills, you do your part. I mean, if toys are what you're into, I guess probably shouldn't be a problem. I mean,
oh yeah, and I mean,
taking over the whole household and stuff. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and he'd spend like $1 on something, right? Like it's not like, yeah, he was collecting stuff, but that's the thing is like when you collect cheap things, he got enjoyment of having this new whatever, this thing he's never had before, but it's not like it's a rare whatever first issue of Superman or something. Like it's not worth thousands or millions.
You don't have to put it on the credit card.
Yeah, he's spending $1 here and there. But I remember, he used to always trade out his bills for like brand new, like crispy bills. So he's like, when you're at a garage sale, and especially sometimes, parents will like have their kids helping out the garage sale. So the kid's selling like 2 of his toys or whatever. He's like, you take a nice crispy $1 bill and you say, oh man, I know you put $5 on that, but what about this nice crispy $1 bill? It was like a bargaining tactic. He'd look for the shiniest quarters. He'd look for the crispiest bills, like the brand new ones. So it was just kind of funny that I'm like, okay, so you're out here scamming little kids, getting something for $1. The kid only wanted $2 for it. Like, did you really have to save money? But that's how he was. And
Well,
worst case, he'd be like, oh, okay, no, like whatever, or okay, yeah, here's $5. Like,
it's fun to haggle or whatever, but some people are just putting out garage sale stuff because they would have thrown it away anyway. They don't see any value in it, or they wouldn't have priced it at $2, right? So haggling with them is just fun. And what do they care? $2 a buck, right? If it was a $10 item, they're still losing a bunch of money on it. But just FYI, in case you didn't know, bills are made out of linen or something. You can iron them. Just squirt them with like a spray bottle of water, and as long as they're not ripped, you can get up pretty much any bill looking brand new again. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. I haven't done that in a while. I'm assuming you can still do it with the new bills. I haven't done that, I guess, in years. But back in the day, you could take a bill and squirt it with water, get it like a little damp, and just iron it, and it'll get right back to brand new, like it just got cut. Assuming there's no tears in it.
Yeah, I think hagglings can be fun in a sense, but it seems like, you can kind of tell if you get to a place and everything's kind of marked up or OBO or whatever, whatever plus best offer or whatever. And, you can kind of tell, but then when you get to other places and, they're asking, I don't know, just an example, $10 for a Keurig or something. I mean, going up there and offering them $2 for a $140-$50 item that they're already dropped like that. Yeah. I don't know. To me, some of that stuff seems like it's almost insulting in some cases. Like I literally would have just thrown it away or donated or something. You know what I mean? Like it's just.
Oh no, I don't think
I don't know. Like some people are, just take that shit too far, man. You know what I mean? But besides that, though, I totally get it.
Are vicious, like he's saying, like trying to scam a little kid. I would be the other way and be like, "Wow, this $5. Like here you go, kid." Like like the kid wins $5 or whatever. But they're going to learn enough lesson when they could have gone to the GameStop or whatever it's called and retraded in the game for more than that or something. But like I said, I think garage sales are more of let's have an excuse to bring people in and chat with them and talk about our stuff. Because if you put a bunch of Pokemon cards out there, you're going to learn who in your area is into Pokemon cards. Maybe you're going to get a bunch of people that just want to buy stuff for eBay, but you know what I mean. That's a way to just interact with the neighborhood, I guess, or the community. At least I haven't had garage sales in forever. That's the way they used to be. The people that would set up garage sales would just, it'd be like their kids' clothes when they were babies or something, and they didn't have anybody to give them to. So what do they care if they sell them or not? Like you're saying, like they give them away if they wanted. They just felt like doing the garage sale because it was something to do for a weekend or something. This was before the internet, I guess.
I've had customers that have, on business side of things with work, try to like haggle down a price. Like, you show up, they say what they want, you give them an estimate. And the one I'm thinking of specifically is related to my not related, but she's knows this girl's, she was friends with this girl years in high school, all this crap, whatever. Girl's married, I'm dealing with her husband. Basically, I ended up walking away from the job because the guy basically wanted me to drop $20. Like made a huge ordeal. He kept trying to drop down. I'm like, dude, that's, it's not how it works. I got insurance. Like I already priced you like the best price I can give you, like, because you're connected to my people. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not going any lower. And he wants, calls me over. We go sit out on the porch. He's sipping on something, I guess, smoking a cigar, like, pulling like the big shot card. Well, it don't really matter to me. It's $20, but and I'm like, well, then why are we going through all this shit for $20? You know what I mean? like I just turned around and walked away from the job over $20. Would $20 killed me? No, but it's the damn principle of the matter. Like I've already given you a better deal than I would have gave your neighbor. Like,
that tells you. That tells you right away that guy's going to be an a-hole. He's going to worry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, their floor was ripped off because they had one guy start it, didn't finish it, and all that. You know what I mean? And I'm like, it's probably why, because you guys are probably dicks. Like, I don't get it. Like, to me, it's just not worth it. Like, you wasted my damn time and gas.
I had back in the day when I was doing work like that, like doing work in school, I was doing work with people doing contracting and stuff. You know, contract here or concrete work here, paint work here, whatever they needed, I could help out and make a couple of bucks, kind of thing. And the one guy, like, this are a couple of my friends or whatever that were contractors essentially, doing stuff for like people that own rental buildings and stuff or rental apartments and stuff like that. So you know the constant stuff you have to do, the maintenance and stuff. And the one guy, I would be like, dude, quit taking these jobs. Like, this guy's never happy. He hires you because you'll work for him. Like, he doesn't hire you because he values your work. Like, this guy's nickel and diming you or whatever. Like, you know, and I just knew that because I knew other people that were, you know, you can go to the foothills and work on a patio for a weekend and make bank for the month, or you can work with some guy who's got 18 rental properties and he's going to constantly be doing little tactics to keep you jumping back and forth. And remember that thing, how you didn't finish this, and then go back and touch up that paint. And while you're there, can you do this real quick, you know, in the mailbox?
Mm-hmm.
You know, whatever you can.
One more thing, and it'll only take you a minute. You're so good.
Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah.
And it's like you got as a contractor, you got to value it, right? And you got to be like, customers
hey.
are part. Like, I've got screwdrivers and a truck, and I've got insurance, and I've got customers, and they're all commodities. You got to culture.
Yeah.
You can't just take whatever, you know. You're not going to just use any screwdriver because it's a screwdriver in front of you. You know it's going to mess up a screw somewhere where it's important, right? And it makes a difference. People who know about that know about that. And
Plus the details make the difference. I mean, you know, any little nicks or scratch makes a huge difference in, you know, the outcome of a job. And as soon as you leave, they're inviting their whole family over. They're going to come by and take a look at it. And, you know, Uncle so-and-so is going to try to say how he would have done this different or that or whatever. You know, it's the same type of story. Yeah. Yeah, I try to avoid a lot of the landlords. There's a couple I've worked for. I've actually charged one. I don't know. What's your rating on here? BS tax, we'll call it that. And he was willing to pay it just to have me, you know, stick around in a sense. So, or I think I charged him like an extra $100 a day. It didn't matter what the hell I was doing. It was an extra $100 if I was working for you, and just straight out told him, and he was willing to pay it, and he'd actually cough it up front, which was pretty funny. But yeah, a lot of those landlord guys, man, they, you know, I don't know, like, they expect you to have insurance, you full vehicle, run around town. It's just like the same thing with the installers at Lowe's or Home Depot. Don't ever hire those people. I'm telling you now, don't do it. Don't do it. It's nothing but trouble. Like, almost everybody I've dealt with that where I've come in behind, usually a contractor from Lowe's or Home Depot, had nothing but problems. Like threats, you know, yelling at old ladies because they can't move their couch, like all types of shit, just leaving them high and dry. They try to contact Lowe's, Home Depot. It's a third party. There's nothing we can do. You know, and those guys, they want to hire you. They were trying to hire me for like, it was like $12 an hour or something. I was like, you got to be on drugs. Like, my insurance and gas alone, like, that ain't going to do, you know what I mean? That ain't going to cover. And then they want you running around doing 6 jobs a day. Like, that's a lot of gas. Like, you know, throwing in storm doors or this or that or that. Like, it don't add up. You know what I mean? It really doesn't. So all those guys, once they figure it out, quality of work is crap. They don't care. They're just, you know, if they stick around, it's to cut corners and try to get more out of the customer later. You know what I mean? Or down, you know, as they show up. So I would never hire one of those. Never recommend anybody hire one of those people. They don't get paid enough. So you're just not going to get quality work. You know, you're not going to get quality people.
That's how they make it work for them, is that, well, this, you know, whatever, the main company dude, he's only paying me $12. So, like, from the installer's point of view, he's getting screwed. So the customer is only going to get $10 an hour worth of work out of them, right? So yeah, I'm going to show off. It's going to take me, you know, 20 minutes to install this window or whatever. And if it's wrong, who cares? Like, I'm out of here. Like, I can't I can't spend all day making it right. So,
So let me get caught up with people who have jumped in out there. There's Jet 001 and 2 Live Moo. And Festering Effigy, also known as Gun-Toting Pacifist. And Lou said Foss's back doesn't even have a bloody nose. I made the mistake of telling my wife what we had just been talking about, which re-upset her.
Oh God.
But I had to go in. I forgot to refill the dog food container, so I had to run in there and refill the container so we could feed the dog this morning.
And there's no bloody nose because she put oranges in a sock and then hit him in the stomach with it.
Yeah,
Doesn't leave a mark.
She used a phone book. Guess it. I don't know. Are there any phone books around anymore?
I've got phone books.
Now it's on an SD card, so it hurts a lot less.
Paper copies are gold, man. Priceless. I mean, it's rare. Most people don't have home phones, but when it comes to businesses, things like that, it can still be helpful. Tracking things down, people down, things like that.
Strong men need them to rip in half.
It's really easy to rip them in half. If you bend them, you bend it in half, and then so it basically you're ripping one page at a time.
Just
if
really
you
fast.
do that. I did see G23 was asking about the news story. The Georgia man. Here, I'll share what I'm looking at. So it's a story of a good guy with a gun. Georgia man holds suspected kidnapper at gunpoint until police arrive. Georgia man said he heard a child screaming, so I sped up to go get that kid. I believe this is the guy that saved the little kid. Said, I heard the kid screaming, please don't beat me. So that's when my instinct kicked in some more. So I sped up to go get that kid. Said Kelsey Willis.
So what exactly was happening to the kid?
Was being kidnapped.
Ah, okay. I was gonna say maybe, wasn't sure, but the whole beating, don't beat me or something. I don't know. I was wondering maybe it was just a form of discipline, and then you got a stranger running up trying to snatch your kid up. So like that would kind of suck. That'd be a problem. But yeah, no kidnapping. Yeah, I'm all for the guy running up there.
They're playing one of those phone like games or whatever, and the kid's like, "Don't beat me," and then somebody opens up the door and grabs the kid out of there. What are you doing?
So the Warner Robins Police Department said in a media release that a suspect identified as Harmnarine Dubé, 67, had forcefully taken the child from a vehicle and into the woods behind the Walmart. Police say Dubé threw the juvenile to the ground and started choking him. By the time I came around the corner, he was on top of him, choking him. And at that point, I just put my gun up and held him at gunpoint and grabbed the kid, Willis said.
Oh, he's nicer than I would have been.
And Dubé was arrested and charged with aggravated assault and cruelty towards a child. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. I don't know if that was stories from November 12th. So yesterday. That's one I hadn't heard.
It's crazy stuff, man. That is there any more info? Like, was a kid trying to, like, was a kid antagonizing the guy or something? Or was
It
this
doesn't really
straight
say.
random? Dude just walked up, opened the door, and snatched the kid? I mean,
It doesn't say, so I don't know if he knew the kid, was a
okay.
relative or what. Doesn't say.
And it's a lot of times they don't give it very much information. It's like that with those Amber Report. I don't know if you get those. I'm sure everybody probably gets them, but a lot of times,
You can
there's just,
turn them off.
yeah, there's just like no information. Like half the
You
time,
turn
it's
them
like,
off? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
the dad who got stiffed on visitation is trying to take his visitation, and the next thing you know, they want to call everybody out or something. So I don't know. Some of that stuff is just, I don't know, man. But obviously, the other parts are well justified. But it seems like they cry wolf so much. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to them too much anymore. So, which is probably bad. But yeah.
The only alerts you can't turn off are the presidential alerts, but
Who
it's
would
deep
want
in the
to
settings.
turn off what Biden says? What he says matters. Right when he says it.
Where was I? Yeah, John Z was asking, why does everything bad happen behind the Walmart?
Jet said some people at the Walmart.
Jet said sometimes kids need to be choked. Just kidding. Ozzy said he would have beaten him.
So I got Smeggy's thing more than anything. I constantly hear kids yelling around here because they're in a pool or they're playing with their dog or whatever, but they're like constantly yelling. So I'm immune to kids yelling, I think.
I guess it did say in the story, G23 saying the guy was related to the kid.
That's even weirder. Like,
most kidnappings. Most kidnappings are done by relatives or people.
Yeah,
that know
somebody, Yeah, it's just a lot same with like in home invasions. It's usually somebody or somebody knows somebody, and people are talking, and it's usually a reason. But now it makes you wonder, like, did the kid, I don't know, tell his aunt that Uncle so and so is hanging out with this girl downtown, or did the uncle try some advancements on the kid and is afraid of retaliation, so he's trying to take the kid out? I mean, it makes you wonder what else has happened there. So, like, there's got to be more to the story in some sense, unless it's just crazy Uncle Jimmy or whatever the case is. I don't know.
Maggie saying Biden alerts tell you when the McDonald's ice cream machine is working. That's a whole scam. The FBI was supposedly looking into it. It's basically the repair company gives kickbacks to the McDonald's, the corporation, and so the machines are down all the time so that they can come in and repair them, charge for it, and then kick back a little bit of money to McDonald's.
Yeah, I heard basically the same thing. Only the one company can work on the machines, so it's a whole maintenance scam deal. So didn't realize McDonald's was getting a kickback out of it in some sense, but it makes sense. So
think about how that happens, or that applies in different ways, but that applies same scenario to the government contracts and government jobs.
There is a guy that I knew that his job was to take the state I don't know if they were senators or representatives. I don't remember, but if somebody wanted a bill passed, it was his job to take them out, show them a good time, and then get them to sponsor the bill.
So he's a gigolo?
I don't know. We never talked in detail to what he did to show him a good time, but
Let
probably
that
take
guy
him-
know that I'm one of those people that need to be wined and dined in order to have an opinion on something.
That's
I haven't
funny.
seen him in a while. He had years ago. He fell off his bike, hit his head, and had a stroke. So I don't know if I haven't seen him in a while. So I don't know if he's still around or not.
Oh, there's lots of different companies, organizations, and things that do similar stuff to that. I mean, personally, in a lot of ways, it's now considered pretty much good business to put in the legwork. Well, I don't want to get into too much detail, but basically, there's something you really want, you go after it. You know what I mean? And that involves a lot of different ways that people might not think. And I'm not speaking like sexually or whatever, but I'm just talking, time put in, bumping in, mysteriously bumping into somebody, small talk the week before you meet them in the office. I mean, there's a lot to this type of stuff psychologically, because
Well, think
people
about
tend
like
to do business with people they like. So if
gift
you can meet
baskets
them in
and
neutral
champagne,
term first, you're way better off.
getting gift baskets at holidays and champagne, that kind of stuff, or like
Trips.
that
The
kind of stuff.
senators will get free trips to places.
There's a whole art to getting what you want or making people do what you want to do without saying you want them to do it. Yeah. But I'm sure, just ask your wife. She probably knows.
I did once I bought something kind of expensive and I knew she would get upset over it. So I told her it was twice the amount that I actually paid, so of course she got upset. And then I told her, no, I was just kidding. It was only, and then I told her the real price. And she's like, okay, as long as it's not whatever it was. That worked once, but
That's funny.
she's pretty good at I can do stuff like that, like once, maybe twice, and then she'll call me on it. I
So
can't
like smack you really hard and then smack you again half as hard.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a short game, though. So, I mean, of course, that's going to get caught up pretty quick. And, it's being applied to the same individual. People aren't stupid. Eventually, they get insulted that you think they're stupid, and it turns out to be a problem. So, you got to get a bit deeper. But, that's the whole art form.
Yeah, that's one of the good things about using cash. Just I'll put a little bit away every paycheck, and then when I have enough to buy something, I just paid out of cash and I saved up, and Yeah, Jet's saying he can't buy shit without running it by his lady.
Wow.
G23 saying it's better to ask forgiveness than to ask permission. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
I think, as a member of a union, whatever, partnership, whatever you want to call it, marriage, I don't know. I mean, as long as you guys' bills are paid, then who really gives a shit what the other's spending money on? As long as it's not like a drug addiction or something. You know what I mean? So personally, I don't know. If the lady, made her own money and wanted to buy a $300 pair of shoes, that's on her. As long as I don't have to compensate for her weight for some reason because she decided to buy a $300 pair of shoes or something. But personally, I really don't ask permission for shit. It's either I can afford it or I can't. And sometimes I'll run an idea by the lady because it's gonna eat up my expendable money at the time or something like that. But all in all, I don't really see why you'd need to ask for permission. You're a grown ass man or woman, But we don't, I don't know. We don't have the everything goes in one account thing or whatever. The way I see it, her money's her money, mine's mine. Yeah, we break up tomorrow, and if she ate ramen noodles before we met, then that's what she's eating when she leaves. You know what I mean? That's just how I do it. But everybody's different. You build something together, that's obviously different. I'm not going to leave her stuck or in a bad position or anything. I'm not an asshole, but same
Well, you say that.
freedom. You know what I mean? Like you
So
bitch at me because I decided to buy a large pizza instead of a small. Like, who the hell are you? Kiss my, like, get out of here. Like, I don't know. I think people got a little too controlling these last generation or so.
So if down at the bottom scrolling is the hashtag EBCT7. That's going to be the hashtag for the giveaway that we'll do. I don't know, maybe bottom of the hour. So, and we'll give away some stickers and some patches and whatever else I pull off the floor. Yeah, we'll throw a bunch of stuff in the box and send it to you, or in a bag. I'll send you a bag of stuff. That's what we'll do. A small bag of stuff. I know when my she's an accountant, and which it's good because when I met her, I was financially not responsible, not a responsible person. So she was the person that I really needed to have met when I met her, and got everything straightened out. And it was right about the time that I started looking at things differently. It was the girl I dated before her kind of started the process, but she helped to where I viewed money differently. And part of it was a teacher in a class that at WSU, I think it was, but had told a story about their relatives who are always broke, and it's because the way they view money. When they get money, it's like hitting the lottery, and it's not going to last, so they spend it without thinking about it.
Because
they're used to not having money, and that's the way they view their life is going to be.
Yeah.
And I realized that's kind of how I looked at money. And I didn't want to be like that. When I'm 65, I don't want to be like the old people. Usually it's like the old drunks that you see that don't have anything and don't, they're living off welfare. That's what their life is. And so I started to change the way I looked at it and started saving. And so if there's something happens, we have a little bit of a buffer to absorb that, and then putting away for the future where I'm not living off welfare. When you're old, I've got something to look forward to.
Yeah, that's probably good for you, I guess, in some sense. I mean, how people value money, I think, makes a huge difference. Obviously, I'm the oddball. I'm perfectly comfortable riding around in vehicles older than my kids. I don't care. I'm not worried about impressing society or my people or whatever. I don't know. I don't put value in shiny things myself. So I'm definitely different. Like that old guy, like I'll probably be working till I die in a sense, but I'll never be on welfare. It's just a pride thing. Like I'll literally die in a camper in the woods before I get on welfare. It's just one of them. I don't know. It's just me. It's how I'm wired. Like, I'm capable, willing, able. There's no reason for me to hop through hoops to go be a government bitch, in my opinion. But anyway, so I don't know. Everybody's different, but I think that's a big problem with society is people value the wrong things in some sense, where they deserve to have all the shiny shit and work themselves and be a modern debt slave and not even realize it. But in the end, what do you do with that stuff? You can't take it with you. I mean, if you have to buy your friends and family's affection, then what the hell's the point? It's, what's the saying? Basically, you'll live on as long as you're remembered. So that's really doesn't have much to do with your stuff. It's your actions in life. Did you help people? Did you, I don't know. Yeah, it's a whole different way of living, I guess. But in a sense, I value relationships more than shiny stuff personally myself. So I don't care because people will do more than money in the end, in my opinion. So I know people can say, oh, that's opposite, whatever, but I don't know. If you don't end up wanting a lot or expecting a lot, then you get through life a lot happier, I would think. But everybody sees things differently. It's almost like status symbols. If I was rich, I'd still never buy $1 million car or whatever the hell it is. I mean, I just think it's unpractical. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't want people to know I'm rich because everybody I ever met would be fake from that day on. You know what I mean? Like, it's the last thing I'd want to project is money. Like, you see all these videos of these gold diggers. Like, man, the market nowadays, like single people dating, it's ridiculous out there. Like, people's expectations, and it's just, everybody thinks they're special. I don't know. I don't know. Different forms of living, I guess, but you should be responsible with your money. But bottom line, in a sense. So, but at the same time, I think society is geared people to think you gotta be like the people on TV, or you're just nothing. Like all these shallow crap ass people that don't care about the family, but they care about their shiny car. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's not everybody, and there's variances here or there, but I don't know. I just think I see society's getting wrapped up in the wrong things personally. Especially when this modern stuff don't even last. Like, you don't get your money out of it anymore. Like, it looks cool for a while, and then it rusts to crap. Like, most of my friends have had 5 brand new cars in the same time I've had my truck, and they all went to crap. Like, and they asked me for a ride, or we go see a show. They want to ride with me because they don't trust their new car. Like, but yet these are the same people that be laughing at me at the red light, looking at my clunker. I don't understand. But people value things differently, so I don't know. But
yeah, I mean, people can live their lives how they want to live them, and if you take hippies, I have a fundamental problem with hippies. I don't like them. But if you make tie-dye t-shirts and sell them, and you want to live a basic lifestyle, and you're able to take care of what you need to take care of, that's good for you. You're doing what you need to do, and you're happy with less. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just when you see, I've seen a bunch of times where somebody's in line buying, at the grocery store, and they're paying with food stamps. They put stuff back. Oh, I don't have enough. And then they'll go to the scratch machine and buy scratch tickets.
yeah. Like, and that's right there is a huge problem. How the hell does a grown man not know whether you got enough to buy this or not? I see that all the time. Like, how about this? I got enough. I got, like, dude, talk, like, I don't know. It drives me nuts. It insults my whole damn race in some senses. I just don't understand it. Like, you're a grown man, but yet you can't even count your freaking change. But you need respect. You better, like, all this bullshit. Like, please. Like, I can't even say what I'd like to do to some of these people. I can't even say that lie. But let me just tell you, it's a damn disgrace. Let me tell you, like, these people should be dealt with. Like, you got problems, man. Like,
well, they complain about not being able to afford what they wanted to buy, and then go buy scratch tickets. Well, fucking use that money that you're wasting.
Yep.
You could have bought what you wanted to buy. But there's people that will stand in front of that scratch machine, and they'll throw in $100, scratch off and lose, and then throw in more money.
Yeah. Well, they're double parked out front in a nicer ride than mine, spending government money. Yeah.
Yeah. I look at it, if you can pay your bills, you live your life how you want to live. But when you're taking money from others to live your life, getting government assistance and then wasting your money. You're wasting my money.
I agree. Like, I don't even think you should be able to get welfare if you got a car that's within 10 years old. Go sell your damn car. Like, personally, I don't understand. Like, does your kid really need a $700 phone? Like, there's a lot of priorities that could be adjusted. What's needs and wants these days with people, Um, I, I can go on forever on this topic, but people's values are just screwed up. They all want to be accepted, whether they earn it or not. They want to look a certain way.
Yeah, and I try and encourage people to save. If you can put $100 a month, that's $1,200 a year that you're putting away. You get a little bit of interest, but even now on a high interest savings account, it's not that much. But you've got that money put away. If you save $50, that's still $600 that you wouldn't have had if you didn't save. So
all adds up. It's like people throwing their change out. They just, using food stamps and shit, tossing their change out in the parking lot. Like, shit. I've paid bills with my change before. It adds up. I've been wanting to buy a gun with it, just prove a point and make a video about it. But I ended up cashing mine in not long ago. So, but needless to state, like, it all adds up, man. Like, we used to do little mini vacations with my changing bottles and cans. We'd go down to Jersey and hang out and all this stuff with the kids and all that crap just off change and bottles and cans. Like, everybody else just throws that shit away.
One of my nieces, when she was little, I started putting $20 a month away in an account. So when she graduated, I gave her $800 to, she turned 18, she graduated school. Here's $800 to get you going on whatever you want to do. Unfortunately, she probably wasted, but that was just putting $20 away for however many years that was. It was supposed to, I had it worked out where I could do it for all the nieces and nephews, but my sisters kept having kids. So it kind of blew that plan away. So she's the only one that got any money. But, even just that little bit, that little trickle adds up if you do it for long enough.
Yeah, what kind of gets me is the way society puts it now, at least from my understanding. Like, you got to make so much. You got to look a certain way. You got to have a new car. You can't expect to date anybody that looks good. You know what I mean? The way how they got it, like, projected these days, it's just crazy because it makes you just, 5 years, you break your leg, lose your job. Does that mean you're getting divorced because you can't keep her to this perceived life? Or, I mean, why the hell would you want somebody like that to begin with? As a guy, I don't understand that. Like, if all they care about is what you can do for them, what the hell's the point? Why don't you just go get a hooker? I don't understand it.
Yes, Maggie said, my friend worked at 7-Eleven. She would always know which lotto tickets to buy because only a few big winners in each roll. She kept track when somebody won. The Washington State Lottery used to, I don't know if they still do, but they used to keep track of that. So you could see how many tickets were sold, which prizes were already paid out. So the few times a year that I would buy a ticket just, on a whim, I would look at the website and then research which would give me the best odds of actually winning something.
Never got into gambling. Did with taxes. I bought $100 worth of scratch offs. I won like $98. Went back, bought another $100. All different tickets, like $10 in different tickets,
Yeah.
like series of tens. And went back to the same store, figuring my odds would be better. And I think I won like 102. Like, I literally broke even. Actually, I didn't because I lost gas money and time for state and got a sore ass, fingers from scratching 200 tickets in an evening. But basically, to me, that was my little experiment, and I just figured the hell with it. So other than that, I don't gamble. I've gone, casinos. I've had people try to get me in and stuff, and if I do, I'll just say, yeah, I'll literally like put like 20, $30 on a card. That's all I'm doing. Like that's it. I don't care. Even if I won it's $100, or $1,000, I'm cashing out. Like, yeah, it's just those places don't get big and all that by
Yeah.
giving everybody money. You know what I mean?
That's what I don't really gamble, and I've only been to Reno a couple times, and it would be I would take a set amount what I was willing to lose, play with that. If I doubled my money, I'd put the original amount away, and that would be what I'm going home with no matter what. So
Yeah,
the
that's
other
right.
amount I would gamble with, and then if I lost it, I'm still, I broke even.
So now my lady, holy crap, she's one of them just lucky as hell. Like I'm way better off just handing her my cut, and I can go to the hot tub pool or something, and she can be down there all damn night and just racking up the dough. Like I don't understand it, but like she almost can't lose. Like she went with her aunt because her aunt's like a gambling junkie to the point where it's almost screwed up relationship, all this type of stuff. It's like secrets. Like don't tell anybody where I'm going. I'm heading to the casino, but she gets comp rooms all the time and shit. So we take the rooms because she doesn't want them. So we take them, go up, get a little vacation from the kids sometimes, just back in the day a little bit. But and once in a while, our aunt would be like, "Oh, well, here's $50. Well, she's getting a room, go gamble." And my lady's won like $500, like off a free 50, like in 20 minutes. And then she's like, "Oh, keep it." Things like that. Like my lady is a good game. Like I don't understand it, but she's got the luck for it. So me, I'd might as well just light the money on fire and just wait in the car.
So I missed. Let me back up a little bit. Someone has jumped in. Should have marked it. Forgot where. Pass them. Where was it? They had mentioned that their dog had passed away, and I was gonna. So I think it's Mr. H0661. That's what it was. I meant to say hello and say sorry to hear about your dog. It's always kind of tough. You lose a friend like that. And then Valiant Thor, say good morning.
Boots with the fur.
There's Midget with Carrot Cake says, I always have 3 months of bills and savings in case I lose my job.
That's smart.
It's always good to plan ahead.
That's like super smart. And I think nobody does. A lot of people, statistically, people can't come up with $500 in a jam without putting it on credit or something. So 3 months, that's like, you make me proud, sir. You make me proud. And, you won't end up doing things you may, like work in a corner or something. Not to that extreme, but, it seems, some people, I don't know, they take too much at some points to grate themselves just to get by for their shiny stuff. You know what I mean? So, there's a limit to what people should have to accept. Now, obviously, being an employee, you're told what to do, this and that, but I've seen some employers that they're just straight horrible. I've actually worked for a couple, but once I told the one off, like, we gained respect and it wasn't a problem. But if you didn't tell him off, like straight up curse him out, ready to be fired, he'd ride you every day until you quit. So, I mean, but some people just deal with too much crap, man, I think. And it's part of life, I guess, or part of how modern society is. You're not supposed to stand up for yourself, like you're an employee, you're not their bitch. There's a difference. some people end up being very miserable, dealing with all types of crappy stuff just so they can keep the status quo that they normally wouldn't. So they're degrading themselves as an individual for money. So call that a lot of different things.
Ron Wayne said, I may have scratched 8 tickets in my lifetime, won like $5, just not for me. I taught my son when he was little a valuable lesson about gambling. We were talking about something and he didn't believe me. Like, I don't remember what it was. It was a fact about something. And he didn't agree with me. So I told him, I'll bet you that what I'm saying is true. And he bet me and he lost. And he never bet again after that.
Done the same with one of my daughters.
You know, I kind of go by the, I won't gamble or lend out anything I'm not willing to lose.
So I had a friend back in the day, a friend's brother actually, that was working at a gas station and decided, I can't lose. I'm going to just scratch off every scratch off in the thing, right? Working at a gas station, sitting there at night. This is back when, you had the night shift as a kid. And scratched off every scratcher in the roll or whatever, in the machine or whatever. And how much you think he made on that?
Net? I don't know. Probably not much.
Well, zero. He owed hundreds and hundreds of dollars, because then it made me think about it. I mean, it was at the time we were like, you dumbass, how could you even think that you're going to win? But then at the time we were also like young and we're like, oh, wait a minute. You kind of think like there must be winners in there. So if there's 400 tickets, there's got to be at least $100 one, and there's got to be at least a couple of 25s, right? And a couple of 50s. Like maybe I'll win 1,000 and pay for it all. Anyway, yeah, if they had a winner in every roll, they would be losing money. They'd be printing money, right? Like, so there has to be rolls and rolls and rolls with, where they collect basically all of it. There's not even like guaranteed one. I don't think they can even guarantee one. They can't make the rolls equal even. You know what I mean? Like, so there has to be hundreds of dollars worth of loss in each roll.
Yeah.
So it's just,
Yeah,
anyway, I never thought about it like that until I thought about it, and I'm like, there's no way. It's just if they did have enough winners in there to make it even seem like a good deal, then everyone at the gas stations would just scratch them all off and say, hey, I just bought 400 of them. Where's my winnings?
Well, the problem with people that gamble is they'll never really admit that it's a problem. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know, drug addiction or anything else in a sense. Like, they only tend to remember when they win. They're more than happy to tell you about how much they won, but they don't want to tell you about the, 2 hours they spent in the parking lot at the gas station losing the night before. You know what I mean? Like, so you're not really getting honest totals. Like, I don't know, maybe some do keep track, but like I know a couple people that are like this, you know what I mean? And they only tend to remember the winnings, well, I do pretty good. Or, they buy these $20 tickets. Like, are you kidding me? Like $20 tickets. I guess there's like $50 tickets now or something. Like crazy. Like, well, you got to win on those and this and that. And it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's the same thing. It's just different amounts. So, I mean, you might win a little more when you win, but you just dropped $150 to win 100, or
that's exactly what it is. Can you think of that? Like, you figure the $50 ones, even the $20 ones, are for people that like, oh, I just scratched off 100. I just scratched off $1 ticket and I won 100, so I'm going to get a $50 ticket and see what I scale it up to, right? Or somebody who's just like, I'm trying to impress somebody, or whatever. Like they just did something and they they won a horse bet or something, and now think they're lucky or something, right? It's their birthday and I'm going to buy a $50 one. But most people that are buying $50 ones are going to be encouraged if they win 5. You can give them $20 back. You can have them buy a $50 one and give them $20 back on every single ticket, and they're going to go, woohoo! I'm winning, even though they lost $30, right?
Yeah,
they can totally play.
It's
people.
a problem.
That's the government doing it. It's sanctioned. It's like.
But they're not being honest with themselves, so you can't really expect them to be honest with you either. And then if you push them on it, it turns out to be a problem. So it's just one of them things.
In my younger days, I would basically write a bad check, get a little bit at a little convenience store near my house near my apartment, and get a little bit of groceries and some scratch tickets, and I would win enough on the scratch tickets to cover the check, which was great until the day that I didn't cover that check. And that's when I stopped doing that. But
Dang.
it worked for a while.
Some personal stuff you're putting out there. I don't think I've ever written a bad check. So I didn't really deal with checks much anyway, but years and years back, opening a bank account, they always give them to you or whatever. But I got my car fixed once with a post-dated check, which I thought was awesome because this was back before I had the patience to work on stuff myself, I guess. But it was pretty cool, man. And it was like one of them word of mouth things because people I know dealt with this country shop. They were willing to take my check, which was saying something because, the area and the fact that I was like the oddball person there without throwing cards out or whatever. But it was saying something that they'd even do this for me. And, they hooked me up, man. And, so I made sure that, payday that money was there. So I've always felt, somebody's nice enough to loan you something, help you out. You better be good enough to freaking make it right. Don't come up with no damn excuses because that's a personal thing. I don't know. But I've never done a bad check, that's for sure. I think I've probably written like 2 checks in my life or something. So
So if you're out there, type hashtag EBCT7, type that out in the chat, and that'll be your entry for the giveaway we're going to do. I think we'll do it maybe at like 35 after. EBCT7. Uh-oh. What did I just do? I accidentally refreshed the page, so I had to reload the information, and there's less entries. Pretty sure there's less entries than there was before I refreshed the page. Somehow it's going down. What the heck? Let me close this out and open up a new one. That's weird.
We've had that happen to us before. Sometimes I bet you what it is after a while, the things probably get lost in the cookies or something, like the cookies fade or something. And when you refresh, it only takes the current ones or something. Because there's got to be something.
Yeah, so everybody retype it again because the number's going back out now that people are retyping it. So retype it again if you had typed it already, and if you haven't typed it, type it in there. You can win some free stuff. Smeggy, I wanted to. There we go. Said that people think tax refunds are free money. Also, that drives me crazy.
yeah,
That's money you gave to the government that they're holding. That if you didn't give them that money that they're going to give you back, you could have it in your bank account and earn interest off it. And people who think, there's been more than one person who I've talked to that say, "Oh, well, it's money that I forget about, so it's there later." It's like, well, no. Put it in a savings account and you earn, not much, but you're getting more off of that rather than letting the government hold on to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't see it as free money. I guess depending, on the scale where you're at or whatever. Like if you're, I don't know, a single mom with 3 dependents and all this, and getting a bunch of, you don't even work and you're getting $8,000 tax returns, then that might be seen as free money. But the average person that's paying in, it damn sure ain't free money. So.
There you go. So we've got 16 entries, and let me bring up the shared screen. Figure out tool. So I'll give it one more minute. If you haven't entered, go ahead and enter now before we draw.
I don't know if it's on your end or just mine, but your screen's like glitching out. We're getting you and the EBC T7 screen is what I see. It's like a strobe effect going on.
That's not happening to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a you problem.
All right.
Yeah, Moo is saying it looks fine for him too. So something on your end.
Yeah, it's steady, just almost nonstop doing it on my end, but oh well. I'm not prone to seizures, so I should be fine.
All right. So here we go. Good luck, everybody. Krabby Turtle. Congratulations. I don't know if email me your address. I don't know if I have yours or not. But congratulations, and I'll put some stuff together and get it out in the mail this coming up this week.
Pretty sure he's like 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yeah, his is easy. It's just Krabby Turtle, care of the beach, Atlantic Ocean. I don't think there's a zip code for the ocean.
What is it, Bikini Bottom? Is that Krabby Turtle at Bikini Bottom?
Does anybody that has pugs or knows about pugs, is it their thing to like burrow their face into things? Like he likes to burrow his face into blankets or into a pillow or something?
I don't know. I got a neighbor with one I could ask, but a little different. I don't know if hers is pure, because hers has like a little, like, I think they removed the tail or something, like all the way up to the back, and apparently it gets like some funky stuff in there. I don't know if you want to call it like belly button fuzz or goo or something. I have no idea, but it's got to be cleaned out like monthly or something like that. The dog's really nice. Actually, it gets super excited and pisses all the time, but we have fun with it. Like if we like, that dog will cross traffic or go through people's yards to get to us. It's amazing. So if we see him around town, we'll yell like, "Lily!" and the dog freaks out, starts dragging her, and the dog is all muscle. So we won't do it with the kids if they're walking the dog, because the dog will actually walk the kids. But that dog will cross, hell and high water to get to us. It loves, I don't know, loves people, loves attention. Really nice dog in a sense, but you just got to be cautious. Don't pet it on that tail thing, or you might not like what you get. And the dog likes to pee whenever it, gets excited, which is every time it sees us. So I was thankful when I was under the car earlier this week, messing with my exhaust Monday. Dog ran up on me under the car because they stopped by, and I was pinned, man. I'm on a creeper down there holding up the exhaust manifold and stuff, and next thing I know, this dog's running up licking my face, and I'm just praying it's not going to piss all over me. And it didn't. I got lucky, man. So I was like, woo. It's like the first time, like, you got to dance with your shoes or else it'll piss on you, I mean, it's a lovable dog. Don't get me wrong, but still, you know, it's you don't want to get pissed on every time you say hi. So, but thankfully that's fading out. So, but I could ask her, you know, any information you may have. So she's had hers for it's got to be at least a year now. So, or I can even ask my kid if he got any serious questions.
So far, that's the only thing I've noticed, that he's like got a tendency. Like if I'm laying there, he'll come up and burrow. You know, I don't know. My one grandma's little dog used to do that, but it wasn't a pug. I guess maybe it's just a little dog thing. Like my dog will, when it lays down, it has nothing to do with me. It'll go, if I'm laying down over here, it'll lay down over there.
Well, I think that dog's choosing a home at this point, man. I don't, you know, you're probably giving it more attention than its owner did at this point. It's probably not going to want to go home.
I'm trying to keep him active because he's got the tendency to go walk around and do the little boy around here. So if he's not asleep, I figure I'll hold on to him. Then I take him out and let him do his business. But I'm not letting him just walk around. Plus, I'm trying to get, there's between this eye and this nose, there's on one of them folds. I've seen it at the vet. Maybe I can get it. You see how that fold opens? I'm not used to these little dogs. And in that fold, he's got just a little bit of a snot, right? And I want to get to it with a Q-tip, but I don't want to just hold him down and go at it. So I'm trying to touch his face a bunch. That's how, you know, he gets accustomed to it, and then I can go at him with that Q-tip. But he already had a bath, so I didn't want to keep accosting him with, like, I don't know if he's ever had a bath before. I took him to a place where it's like a car wash. You put in $5 and they give you X amount of time. You can crank it to like flea and dip or flea shampoo to different kind of shampoos to even a dryer. There was a hot dryer to blow them off. And so instead of going to the vet or what do you call it, whatever they call the pet beauty parlor place, come over there, not like that. He's not a water dog. It's not like that very much. So I'm trying not to go right at his face.
Wow. I've always just thrown him in the damn tub. Like,
I don't have the facilities for that right now, so I would have, but just put him in a bathtub or something, but I couldn't do it right now.
Yeah.
I was pleasantly surprised I hadn't been there before. It's just next to a car wash, you know, like a car wash quarter type of thing.
Yeah.
Type of thing. It was in one of those, or next door, like on the side of one of those places, and I'd seen it before, but I'd never taken a dog there. So anyway, it was cool because you can get the different shampoos right away. You don't have to go buy dog shampoo.
It's pretty neat. It might be a market. I mean, a lot of people spend a lot of money on their pets. I mean, as if
Dude, I tell you what, you did a
kids.
thing where you went and picked up the animal. If you were a dog person, let's say, you picked up the animal, took it over to that place. It cost me $12 to do this guy because I'm an idiot. I could have done it for 10, but it wasn't. I thought the thing was going to shut off, and it doesn't automatically shut off, but whatever. Once you know how to work that machine, you probably could do most dogs under $5 or $15, and then was it 15? Yeah, under $15, and then you charge $30, and you're making, well, you know, whatever the appropriate money. Maybe charge $50, and then yeah, you don't even have to have facilities. You just have to have a vehicle and some time. Take a dog over there, clean it, bring it back to their people, clean. Put a ribbon on its hair or whatever.
Well, I'm just thinking like investment, like, you know, a car wash. I've always thought those are fairly decent investments. You know, you don't get rich quick or nothing like that, but it's steady. You know, laundry mats, long term, usually work out. So if you were to do like a dog wash like that in certain areas, you'd probably make a killing. Because depending on the area, I know, like I said, I don't know. People take better care of their pets than I was taken care of as a kid. You know,
some people
separate bank accounts and all types of crap and schedules for the dentist. I mean, I got pissed at my dad about that. Like, what the hell, man? Your dog's been to the dentist more than I was taking to the dentist. Like, like, you know, like,
well, there's people that are young couples
man.
don't have a kid yet. You know, their dog is sort of their practice, or they're getting, you know, their relationship together, and yeah, they're going to spend money on the critter. They've
And
got it.
toys are freaking off the wall, dude. You go to some of these specialty shops for pets and stuff, like the wooden blocks and everything. It's like $50 for a little chew toy. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I got blocks of wood in the basement, or I got some in my truck. Like, but I don't know. I guess they're steamed or whatever, and certain woods and whatnot. It's seems like there's a hell of a market out there. If you
I gotta
just
jump out.
find the right clientele.
Thanks for hosting, and thanks for the link. I gotta jump out.
Oh, thanks for jumping in.
Take care, man.
Gun Toting Pacifist said, girl I know dog walks. She makes $1,000 a week.
Dang, that's pretty good for walking the dogs. Walking the dogs.
Is she giving extra services for making that extra money?
Well, I had a friend that paid, what was it, $700 for a babysitter for a week for his dog to go on a trip. $700. Like, shit, there's kids that go a whole month that don't get $700 for child support. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of damn money. Like, in these places, people think like they actually do something with your dog. I know a little bit because my daughter, they got a, what do they call it? Border area or something, housing. Yeah. They take your dog out, walk it for like an hour. Like, they get like an hour exercise. The rest of the time they're in a damn room, and all night long they're in a cage and nobody's there. They're just they got a camera. If there's any kind of emergency, the motion sensor kicks off because one of them got out, then they're notified and one of them hops in their car, drives down to the office. But there's no special treatment. Like, it's not like you're paying for an individual to actually take the dog to out for walks and all this. It's just like a crap service that you're paying close to $800 a week for. Like, seems ridiculous to me. Like, for that kind of cost, shit, I'd open up a damn thing. My goodness.
Jet was saying, spent $600 on my pup last week, both ears infected and shots.
Oh, another friends whose dog's like allergic to everything. I don't know what they call it. There's a term for it, but we had to go as far as to skim out all the topsoil in his yard and bring in new topsoil.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, like all types of stuff, and then the medications monthly the dog has to take so it doesn't get breakouts and stuff. I mean, like it would probably be cheaper to have a second girlfriend than that dog. You know what I mean? It blows my mind. Some of the money people spend. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you care for the pet if you can, you should. But like I said, there's humans that don't get that attention. You know what I mean? So it's kind of crazy. There's definitely a market out there for pets. Pet care.
And I think this is a picture that Bjorn sent in. Old lever action. Pre-1964 Winchester, made in the 20s. Was my grandfather's. Cool. And Krabby Turtle, I got your address. So I'll get that mailed out this week.
That's not a bad looking lever.
There's lever guns are cool, I think.
Yeah, I think they're pretty cool. And honestly, I like what was that? That Mossberg one is kind of tactical. I know I'm breaking some cardinal sin or something, but I just think it looks cool, man.
I think it's ugly.
Yeah, everybody's got a different take. I think it looks cool. Is it practical? Probably not, but I just think it looks cool. Yeah, what I mean, and as well, like obviously some of the Henrys and stuff like that. I mean, now you're
Yeah.
looking at like a piece of art in a sense, or crossing into that stage. But yeah, I can see myself getting one of them plastic, fantastic lever guns and going and beating the heck out of it and having fun. So, but you wouldn't want to do that with a nice one. You know what I mean? So bouncing it around in the back of a pickup and all this crap. That's where a plastic one would kind of come in handy. Yeah.
That's why I got the synthetic stock on my Marlin 60, so I didn't have to
Mhm.
worry about it. But
Yeah.
for a lever gun, I couldn't buy that thing. It's just so ugly. I would, if I was to get one, I would want one of the Henry big boys.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if I was to get one, I'd get with both. One for the looks, the beauty of it, type stuff. Not to get dirty, and one to lug around and not care about. So, um, to use as more of a tool, I guess. It doesn't matter. You drop it on the ground, oh well. Yeah, you're not worried about a little scratch.
Did you ever see the Henry infomercials they did late at night on TV? It's like in the 90s, late 90s.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Not that I recall, anyway. I don't remember them. So.
Yeah, they would just talk about the, being made in the USA and the quality that goes into them. I don't know if any channel would allow a gun company to do infomercials today.
I don't see why, honestly, I don't see why they can't, they shouldn't. I mean, yeah, what's the problem? I mean, it's part of America. It's firearms, so I don't understand why they can't run ads in a sense. I mean, you could say the same for cigarettes. Do I think it's good to smoke? No, but people have a choice. That they'll run every damn possible drug you can think of commercial on there with, I don't know, 500 words of side effects in small print that you can go talk to your doctor about. And, they don't do that in a lot of other countries. That's all done through your doctor, not TV for you to be like, oh, yeah, let me try that drug too. So I don't understand, the individuals should be able to make that distinction personally. So, yeah, it's like the whole thing with what is it? Cigarette signs in stores where they can't be certain heights and all this type of stuff. I don't understand it really. I mean, yeah, I don't know. People should have stronger willpower or something. An advertisement shouldn't just. I don't think you should blame a kid smoking because of an advertisement sign. You know what I mean? Like, especially when their parents are in their house chain smoking and there's packs of cigarettes everywhere or whatever, it's probably not the advertisement. It's the household or it's the individual. So
Yeah,
yeah.
part of it is Joe Camel, and there were some internal documents that talked about kind of targeting kids because they're the next generation of smokers.
So, well, all businesses do that type of stuff. I mean, is it? Yeah, I don't know. Again, I just don't see the distinction really. So, not that I condone or approve smoking or whatever the case is, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, there's a lot less people that smoke now than used to.
Yeah.
My son growing up, to him, people who smoked were the old people because that's the only people he saw smoking would be old people. So that's what he always viewed it as an old person thing.
Okay. Well, I would wonder, yes, smoking tobacco's dropped, but what about all this vape stuff? I mean, in a sense, that might encourage. People mention gateway drugs, all this stuff. I mean, if you're switching from cigarettes to vape, I mean, you're still continuing a habit with questionable side effects that come from that in the future, possibly. But I don't see, it's just a trade-off in a sense. But seems like some kids are getting into smoking because of the vape thing. You know what I mean? They're getting in the habit of smoking. So if they can't get the vape or whatever, they'll just smoke whatever else they can get their hands on. So
Yeah, when vaping first kind of really became popular, I can't remember if I was still smoking then, but I would always have the same reaction. It's like, stop being a pussy and just smoke.
right, it's like a light beer. Like, what was the
Yeah.
point? Or Big Mac and a Diet Coke. Yeah, I just don't trust them personally. So don't trust the vape stuff and all that crap. So, and I guess liquid in the lungs, all types of issues. So it was like that fake weed stuff that was going around. I knew a guy that was messing around with that. He ended up in the hospital like 2-3 times. Like, I don't understand it. Like, it just, seems like, you're dealing with chemistry experience, hoping for the best. Yeah.
Razor JV said, vaping is weird to me. Health aside, I can't take someone seriously when they're sucking on a box. Just me, I guess.
I gotta feel the same. And it's almost, I don't know, if I had to compare a cigarette to vape, it seems like the vape's almost less attractive. I mean, obviously the smell of a cigarette, if you don't smoke, is very, definitely not a cool thing. But I don't know. It's just it does seem weird. Something to it. I don't know what it is. And then you gotta wonder what the hell's in that thing. You know what I mean? Like, they smoking weed, they smoking some other type of drug in there, or is it just regular vape? You don't know. Yeah.
Mike said smoking was the cool bad boy thing to do when I was a teen. Mike was a teen a long, long time ago. Good Tony Pacifist said it's confusing when you roll up on some millennial bikers and they smell like strawberry muffins.
That's funny.
I don't personally care if somebody vapes or somebody smokes. You want to do it? I don't care. I quit. Partly, it was, I can tell you it was October 2005 because it was the year before my son was born. And I quit because we were having a kid. And then the money I was spending on the cigarettes, I decided I could spend elsewhere rather than spend it on cigarettes.
Oh yeah, money's a huge part of that. I mean, it should be health and all, but money's a huge part. So,
well, around here, name brand pack, you're looking about $12 a pack.
Oh yeah, higher here. So that's like the cheap stuff is like 12. The knockoff brands or whatever is going to be around $12, and then any like pack of Marlboros or something like that, you're looking at 14, close to $15. You add that up, and then if you got 2 people that smoke in a household, I mean, you're talking about a freaking rent payment or house payment. Like, that's a lot of damn money. And then you consider, well, times have been tough, this or that, and you're making these decisions, but yet you're blowing a rent or house payment every month. Like, money's a big factor. So I ended up switching years ago over to like an all natural tobacco, or basically we roll our own, but it's 2 people can smoke for like $20 a week versus $30 a day. You know what I mean? So it's a huge difference, and it's all natural. So if you don't have a cigarette, you don't freak out. And if I was to smoke like a regular cigarette, holy shit, it's like I feel like I'm just, gets me high. Like, I got to sit down, like, holy crap, like my head's going to start spinning and shit. So there's definitely a difference. So I'm not saying it's better, but it's not as bad.
One of the times I went to Japan, I bought cigarettes, and it was different. You could tell there were a lot more chemicals in it. Have you ever smoked a Capri?
Well, those little narrow, long
Yeah,
ones.
yeah,
Probably tried one.
yeah. That's like smoking, I don't know, glass, shards of glass. Um, and the I can't remember if it was the Camels, because I would either smoke Camels or shit, Lucky Strikes. Just depending on what I could find where I was. But there was definitely a difference between that and what I was, what you would get in the U.S. 223
doesn't
DMRs
surprise
out
me.
there.
That
Morning.
don't surprise me. I tried calling the companies, ask them what they put in it, and they treat you like you're a corporate spy or something. They ain't trying to tell you nothing. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, so it wouldn't shock me that there is a difference. So,
Yeah, I quit. I was probably paying like $4.50 a pack. That's what when at the store when people would ask, because Washington used to have the highest tax on cigarettes, so we were the most expensive. Like it sounds like New York took back that title, but yeah, they'd ask me how much are the Marlboros, and I would just tell them a lot, because they were going to be a lot.
yeah, I used to smoke Marlboro menthols. That was my main. And if I was, doing well with money, I'd also have a pack of Marlboro Reds because I go both ways with cigarettes. So I don't like the Reds in the summer when it's dead hot and you smoke one. Oh my God, dude! Like, it's like the worst taste in your mouth. Like, to talk about like dry mouth or whatever, horrible. Like, that's where menthol is great, but yeah, every once in a while it's nice to slide in a regular cigarette, but that was always my thing. And I heard lots of other people smoke Newports, but I just, they're all right, I guess. But to me, it was it's almost like the Glock thing. It's a stimuli. The club, like, I don't know, damn coon tracks or whatever the hell people want to call them. I ain't, I don't know. I've always been different than other people. So I don't want to do what you're doing. I want to do my own thing. So I went with Marlboros.
Yeah. Razor JB said when I was in Japan, the entire country smoked. It seemed like it was funny. Last time I was at Tokyo Disneyland, that there were ashtrays in the park. There were smoking sections, but there would be ashtrays in the park. And at the Narita airport, there was a smoking room. It was basically like a little glass box that all the smokers would go into to smoke. I think that one was in Narita. It was either Narita or I don't think it was Toronto, but yeah, everybody smoked. But that was back 2005-ish, probably somewhere around there. Ron Wayne said, I remember putting 3/4 and pulling in the knob for a pack. Yeah, there was still back around that 2000s, early 2000s in Japan, you would still find vending machines on street corners with beer and cigarettes.
There was actually a couple places, well, as of like 10 years ago, where you could go in and still buy cigarettes out of machines around here, but they were located in bars where you were carded before you ever see a machine. You know what I mean? So now they're all like switched to condoms or whatever else these days, but but it was a typical thing back then. It was hard to find. They were always in places where a kid wouldn't have general access, is what it seemed. But those machines were still a thing up until probably 10 years ago. I haven't, I don't think I've seen one in quite a while.
Mike White said, Cools and Newports were my teen cigs. Then I went to Pall Malls. Jet said, never smoked cigarettes. He said, slid in. 223 DMR, never smoked or chewed. I chewed once when I was grade school. You know, a bunch of kids were somehow got a hold of some chew, and I swallowed it and never chewed again.
Yeah, I used to be the kid that picked on the smokers. I don't know how the hell things went the way they did, but girls, I think maybe, I don't know, people I was hanging with and being weak or something. Don't know. But I can quit when I want to. So like military stuff like that, I just quit because it's a different mind. Yeah, I'm all business at that point. So you know what I mean. At certain times I can, if I need to, if I had to for some reason, I could just quit. But I don't know.
It took me a couple tries when I quit. Once I had one time I had quit for at least 6 months, a little more, and then a bunch of stuff happened, and I started smoking again. And then when I got serious again about it, just cold turkey. That's it. Being able to say no when you get the urge. And then I also changed my habits a little bit. The things that I used to do when I was smoking, I would do differently. Razor JB said our barracks in Sapporo and Asahi had vending machines, and we were allowed one beer at lunch. And Moo, as a kid, would ride his bike to the store and get my mom a pack of smokes. He had to take a note.
Yep, yeah, I've done that. Didn't even need a note though, but yeah, go get my dad's signature 100s.
Well, it was a little different way back when in the before times. In the 70s, my dad would take me to the tavern with him, and I'd sit on the pool table, watch TV or whatever while he drank. That was mid 70s.
I think when I was buying them was probably 90s. I think for my dad or so. Like depending where you went. If you go to a ghetto store, it wasn't an issue. If I went to the pharmacy or something like that, yeah, it would have been a problem. But depending where you go, but you pick that up, and then like a teenager, certain stores as a teenager, I could go buy alcohol in. Other stores, oh no, it all just depends where you were. Yeah.
Ron Wayne, I did get your emails. I've got one of them open right now, and I'll show him. He sent in the lever action pictures. I'll show him here in just a minute. Mike White saying we would go into the restrooms in high school and smoke. Smoke would be pouring out of the door. There would be so many of us in there smoking. My high school had a smoking section for kids that were old enough, because the age was 18. So 18-year-olds, outside there was a section for them to smoke. But they got rid of it the year before I got there to high school.
My high school, there was no smoking on the ground, so you'd have to go off grounds on lunch or something like that if you wanted to smoke, and hope nobody's seen you. That might rat on you, but that's about it. There was like Stoner Circle, a place everybody would go to get high, and then there was the other places, literally right across the street on people's like doorsteps where everybody just sit down to light a cigarette. So
both Razor JB and Midget with Carrot Cake both drank the juice, the spit juice from Chew.
Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. That's like that shit you do to the drunkest person at the party. Hand them like the bong water, or spit in a cup. Like try to get the worst thing you can get them to drink. It's crazy. Man, I don't even like riding with people spitting in a goddamn cup because God forbid I think it's my coffee and grab that. Like, I don't know what I do, man. I really don't. And I think that's a problem, honestly. That some people, I guess you wouldn't know, but there's other guys. They got a big slurp cup in their work truck just full of spit and chew. Like, once in a while that cup spills. Like, it can't smell good, and it damn sure don't look good when you're talking to a customer and just spitting a wad out in this big ass. Like, it just. I don't know how the hell you get a date or a lady like that. I mean, I don't know. It's just, to me, it was always an image thing with that. It was just horrible. So, I mean, each their own. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to hate on somebody or not be a friend with somebody, but I'm damn sure going to check my glass every time I'm near you.
This is Ron Wayne's 22 Henry. I like that kind of tiger maple looking stripy stock.
Oof, that damn scope looks pretty elevated to me, but that's good work.
There's a picture of the other side.
What's up, DJ?
Never know.
It's nice looking.
I like the wood.
Yeah.
Guess maybe you had to get something higher because of that front sight blade, so I had to jack it up some.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he just has a long neck.
Maybe.
So 223 DMRs was talking to you, Rob. Said you need to quit. We like having you around.
Oh, well, thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I probably should. I mean, I haven't really wanted to yet. I haven't had a reason or a job or a goal that I felt necessary, but I guess my health would probably be a good reason. So, although, I've been in groups of people where, we do qualifications, things like that. The first thing they do after running is drop down and start smoking cigarettes. So I laugh when people are like, oh, you're a smoker, so you're slow. Like, I wouldn't make a bet on that because some of the, I don't want to, I don't know how to really put it, but some very active people that are in a very small percentile smoke like a damn chimney and still qualify everything. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's good for them, but they do it. You know what I mean? So just because you're a smoker doesn't necessarily mean you're slow. I think but don't ever exert yourself, don't use your lungs, then it probably has a bigger effect. But I don't know why I'm jumping up on that. All in all, he's right. I should quit. It would save me money, and just on that aspect alone, it's something I should consider.
When I was teaching karate, that's I was smoking, but I was mid-20s, in really good shape, and I smoked, and I figured when I worked at the shipyard, they tested our lung capacity, and this was before I smoked. I had 100, I think it was 115% of compared to everyone else my age and size. So I had that little bit of extra to destroy. So I probably brought it down to 100% by smoking.
It's pretty good, I guess. Well, not good, but good. Your oxygen levels or intakes or whatever. So a lot of people deal with a lot less that don't even smoke, but obesity comes into that. There's a lot of other factors. So.
Well,
Well, took my boat back. We're at a dead spot, still a little space. So, no, I didn't just return. I exchanged because honestly, those scratches were bugging me. The more I looked at them and the more time I had, like overpaying for something now, and I get it, and it's like scratched up. It's just I couldn't sleep at night. It was just bugging me. And I was shocked because they gave me no trouble. They were like, "Oh yeah, sure," like I drilled holes in it, put paddle mounts on, like all type shit. You know what I mean? And they were like, "Yeah, not a problem." I was like, "Wow, okay." One bag picked up, got a different one. And I also noticed on the bottom of it, like when I was doing my video review thing, like it was literally like right after I wasn't even running a camera no more and stuff, and realized like there was a little hump in the bottom that shouldn't have been there. So flipping the boat over, looking at it later, you could see like 4 spots where there was like impressions going the wrong way. So I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe they stored it wrong or, hit it with a forklift, ratchet straps, but they weren't even. So it was kind of weird. And so I tried calling the company. They got a long ass spiel. I didn't even get in touch with anybody. So I just called the store because if it wasn't really a problem, I wasn't going to worry about it too much on that aspect. But, the scratches and that, I was like, So I ended up swapping it out. So I got a brand new one. Obviously, I still got my name things I'm going to pop on it and stuff and whatnot. Still in the wrapper right now, but was thinking about doing a little something. That's why I haven't really said anything, like, pointing it out to anybody else that's shopping for these, like to take a look for it, because they didn't have them on the display floor. They had to pull it out of a storage unit out back of the building. So I didn't really get eyes on it. And then when they bring it out to you, it's in a huge ass bag. Like you can't see it. You know what I mean? So you don't really know what you're getting until you get it home and open it up. You know what I mean? So I was going to warn people, like, you're spending close $700, at least put eyes on the damn thing. That's something I shouldn't have to tell myself, but, so, something to keep an eye out for, I guess. Not that I have any complaints or don't like it, or I said, like I said, I just exchanged for another one that's in better shape, brand new. So, but definitely keep an eye on things. You know what I mean? Or your products or whatever. Just because it's brand new, don't mean it's flawless. So just point that out there.
So we have green. That's a pretty cool lighter there.
It's an amplifier Zippo. I've never had a cooler Zippo than this.
That's cool. It'd be cooler if it was double the size and you could literally put a jack in it and it had a little speaker you could play. Yeah, that would be really, really cool. But slam one of these little babies in there.
So this was from 223 DMR. He said he got this morning. He's filling his freezer.
Cool. Yeah, man, I like venison steaks, venison jerky. Run out of room in that freezer. My address is posted there, so.
And Ozzy sent in a picture of his Henry 22. It's in good condition. Let's see. Looks like there's a thumbprint. Let's enhance, see if we can see his thumbprint right there. So we can copy it and pretend to be Ozzy.
Sweet.
I don't mind the look of scopes on a lever action. I know there's some people that really hate it. I think it looks all right.
I don't mind. I mean, the way I see it, if you need one, you need one, or if you want one, depending on what you're doing with it. I mean, again, does it work for your needs or not? If you need a scope, then so be it. If you want a red dot, so be it. I mean, what matters is can you hit something with it, not necessarily how it looks. That's my concern. I mean, but everybody's different and has different expectations or values or whatever. A little camo Zippo there myself, so nothing's fancy. I probably got that for free somehow. Like, I don't know how, but probably.
I used to have two. I had a brass one and I had a chrome one. And I gave the brass one to a buddy who was going over for was it Desert Storm? I don't know. He was going overseas. He was going over that way. I can't remember exactly. But so I gave him that one to take with him. And then the chrome one I held on to. Do I still have it somewhere? I've got a few that are tucked away. I don't know if I still have it. I don't know if I gave that one away too.
These are Camel promotionals from the day when you collect Camel Cash.
I used to have one from Camel. It was one of the trench lighters.
I got a couple of those.
That one I probably do still have somewhere in a drawer.
Like every time they had any lighter, Zippo or otherwise, I ordered up at least one.
Nice. I remember those Marlboro Miles. I used to collect those. Like, I probably still got like 15,000 of them or something. I had a crap load. I just never really turned them in. I was always waiting for like the next, round of stuff that comes out or whatever, or this or that. I know people that got the backpacks, like they send me a free bottle opener, all types of crap. I used to get from them, like birthday cards.
I can remember those.
Yeah, like all that type of crap. Yeah. It's kind of nice when half your family don't send you one, so at least you got something in the mail. So
when Mountain Dew did their points thing, kind of like that, I was working at a grocery store, and I would go through. You could, if you held the bottles at just the right angle, you could see the caps, so you could see the points. I ended up getting a baseball jersey, Mountain Dew baseball jersey.
Well, if you're into that, I know a dude that like still does all that type of stuff. He's got like a Mountain Dew bike, brand new. It's one of their promotion bikes. He's got a inflatable kayak or canoe. Like, he's got all types of crap. That's kind of what he does. Like a legal hustler. He trades all types of discounts, does different things, gets a bunch of crap for free, buys shit he doesn't even want for the stuff that comes with it. That's how I got my air fryer. All types of things. So if you're interested in something like that, or anybody out there, contact me and I could probably hook you up or whatever. So dude's legit, legal seller, all that type of stuff, but he's into all that crap. If there's something strange like that, he's probably got it. Like brand new in a spare bedroom in his house, just waiting. So
good Tony Fast said, my kids say hello and thank you for filling in for Gary. So hello to you, and I appreciate your very kind words.
I got obsessed with collecting those Mountain Dew points back in the day. It was when they were coming out with like the Xbox. And if you saved up however, like 2,000 points or whatever, you get an Xbox. Well, I was in school at the time, and all the codes were just on the caps, right? Yeah. So I would go through, we had a barrel, a bottle and can thing, right? Because in Michigan, it's worth 10 cents. So the school put out separate cans. You throw your garbage in one and throw your bottles in the other. I would go through there and take all the caps off and enter the codes. And I ended up, I got up enough points. I entered them all in. But the way that Mountain Dew was doing it, they would release the Xbox with a certain game, and only that one was available. And then once that sold out, the next Xbox with a different game would open up. And me, like a dumbass, was waiting for the third Xbox that I really wanted, that game versus the one that came with the first. So I was waiting. All of a sudden, they all sold out in the same day. So I should have just got the first Xbox for free. Remember, it's not even like I bought 1,000 Mountain Dews. I just collected 1,000 caps, and then just bought the game that I wanted. But that really made me mad.
I was going to university, DJing at a club, and bouncing at another one. Every Marlboro mile, every pack of Marlboros, I ripped the miles off of. And I was a Camel smoker at the time, and so I'm collecting my own Camel Cash, and people saved them for me. Insane amounts of stupid promo crap. The bonus about the Marlboro stuff was it was actually really well made stuff. Now, Zippos, those are going to be good, but a lot of the Camel stuff was just jack compared to it.
Yeah, I had a bartender that did that for me too. I didn't even smoke, but I had Marlboro Miles. Literally gave me a Ziploc bag full of like all the things, which I never ended up cashing in because the year that I saved up a bunch of stuff was the last year they did it, and I didn't know about it because I wasn't really like I had never gotten them before. And then a dude I worked with was like, "Oh, I got the catalog, but it says that this is the last year, or you missed the deadline or something." I was like, "Damn, I didn't even get to send any of them in."
Mike White said my parents would save S&H green stamps, blue chip stamps, and orange stamps to trade in for stuff. I've never seen green stamps. I've heard of them.
Yeah, I can remember them from when I was a kid. A couple of different retailers using those.
Never actually seen one. So you guys have any great plans for today?
Still got miles.
Dude, they still do the mile. Well, what the hell? No, I swear to
No, I
God,
don't
dude, they
think
said
they
they
do,
didn't
man.
stop doing it.
I don't think they do it. I'm just saying I had like thousands that I never turned in. I still got some laying around in different places or whatever. But
Rob, I thought
that
it was something for me to be showing promotional Camel lighters from 20 years ago. You're still packing worthless miles. What the hell is wrong with you?
hell no, man. Wasted space. Yeah.
Fire starter.
I mean, we're almost this conversation's coming full circle. Last time I was in here, we were talking about collecting, and at least that collecting made sense because we were talking about guns or toys or comic or patches or whatever. But now you're just collecting whatever. But see, that's the thing. I like doing that kind of stuff, like with the Mountain Dew thing. Now, granted, I drink Mountain Dew, but I would ask everyone around, and then I literally had a team of like minions going out there and giving me their caps every day.
Gunpowder beauties out there. Good. Well, still morning for us. For me and Baron.
It is still morning.
Sleet outside.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Barry.
Yeah, not sure what today's plans are. I got contacted by a friend earlier I didn't respond to yet that's trying to get me to work on his motorhome and his BMW coupe, whatever, because he's too cheap to pay other people. Well, basically, he doesn't trust other people. So, but that's typical of the garages around here, especially if you got something nice, like, they're definitely overcharging you. So, but I'd try to explain it. He should have never bought that car anyway. It's like the fastest production BMW they make, or the second fastest, I believe. It's a little like 8-cylinder coupe about the size of my Civic. The thing is nasty. Like, it's got rotors on it bigger than my truck. I mean, it's a nice car. So I don't know what's going on with it, but yeah, I don't know. So I'm probably going to have to get married to that damn thing at some point. So at least go take a look at it today. And I don't know what's going on with his motorhome, which both things I'd prefer to avoid because there's, it's going to take time. And I got other jobs lined up. Should be starting one probably tomorrow, or at least going to meet and get paperwork done. But so I don't know what's going on, but that's probably what I'm doing. More than likely, I'll be going to look at potential work.
Ozzy said he got 2 inches of snow yesterday.
Now, let me get this straight. Starting at the top left, right? Foss plays guitar, Barron plays guitar. I now learned that Rob plays guitar. I play guitar. Smeggy, you guitar player?
You're muted.
Smeggy abstains.
All right. That's a lot of guitar players in one room for
Maybe
a
he's playing the
non-musical
guitar
chat.
right now.
Well,
Could
I
be.
don't.
He might be going to get one.
I don't know if you could call what I do as playing the guitar.
We've heard the Gizzard Gary theme
More-
song before.
It's more
We
like
know
a
you can.
fumbling, molesting of the guitar.
Well, we don't want to see it.
Yeah, I technically don't play guitar. I think I own 3 or 4 and 2 basses. But basically, it's stuff I collected from my father and kids, honestly. I played the drums, but I traded my drum set on a car for my dad years ago. So I haven't touched them in I don't know how long. So, but yeah, I've got a collection of musical instruments and stuff that some are sentimental, some I need to possibly go see if I could sell or whatever. Like my dad's stuff, I'm never selling. So his bass and new stuff and things. But yeah, I don't know. My kids or somebody's gonna get stuck with it because there's no way I could ever sell it. Yeah, I mean, it was a part of my life for too long. But even my drums hurt. But I sold. Again, I made a deal for a car for my dad at the time because he needed a car and whatever. So it worked out. But I've got that car now, I guess you could state. But honestly, I'd rather have the drums.
Yeah, I wish my dad's electric guitar, something shorted out in it, and I took it apart when I was in high school, maybe junior high school, to look at it, but I didn't know what I was looking at, and I don't have it. I wish I would have kept that and his pedal that he had. It was kind of like a wah-wah pedal, but it was round. Kind of wish I still had that too.
I've got some pedals, all that. Well, I don't know. I got some stuff. I don't know what I actually got that's left, but I mean, it's stage lights, all types of crap. Shit. That I don't have anymore or whatever I got rid of, but I still got a collection of stuff. So if there's something, somebody actually needed, like I said, I'm not giving up my dad's bass or guitar. That's not going to happen. But anything else, I'm not too concerned about. So I might even have some cymbals laying around that are still in good shape too and stuff. So cymbal stands, things like this. I don't know.
Bjorn said that he plays guitar. G23 says he plays the skin flute.
There's a local band that use that as their name for some performances. They're also known as Bamboozled, and they currently still perform about every 3rd year, but no longer in Omaha. They're in San Francisco as the Porn Huskers.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't have any plans for today. Maybe get a nap in. That's about it.
I'm going to be mounting the front sight base on the 458 SOCOM barrel today.
You should make a video of that. And then if you don't have a gun tube or one of the alternate platforms, join there and release your building videos on those sites.
And then one person could watch it.
That's one person
you?
that might be learning something.
Okay. Then they ban me for off platform behavior for one view. What I don't get is there's still plenty of videos on YouTube that are doing things that they say you're not allowed to do. Is it they're not reported, or they're okay if you did it back then? Not that I'm trying to get them in trouble. I don't understand.
There have been people who YouTube has gone through their old videos, and when they rules changed. Those old videos no longer fit the rules, so they gave them channel strikes or deleted that video. There's people who got in trouble that had privated videos that YouTube looked at, and they got in trouble for that. So who knows? Because there's the video that I watched when I built my first AR on assembling the lower is still up on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. But if you made one, they'd kick your ass, wouldn't they?
Possibly. I've got a couple videos that technically might not, might be out of bounds. But
Pivot pen?
No. Like the Glock doing the changes, which they're all cosmetic changes, so I'm not altering what the function of a firearm, but you're asking non-gun people to evaluate an action. So who knows? I decided to, I had thought about should I take them down? Should I leave them up? And I decided, well, we'll just leave them up. Whatever happens, happens.
There's a lot of stuff I'd like to do that I can't because I'm sure I'd get hit for something or get some unwanted visitors. But, nobody in our community brings up like breaching, breach pens, any of this type of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of other aspects of things that I'd love to put some light on, but I'm afraid I'd end up in jail for it, especially, some things that I won't even name that can be deemed a certain way that, people can make it home and, you can have a lot of fun with stuff, But, I'm old school. I love blowing things up and doing things, that are questionable or something. So, like back in the day, that's what we did. You know what I mean? Even as kids, blow the face of the quarry off. Whatever. That's the stuff we like to do. But now you can't do that stuff. You can't even talk about it. Like, you go asking for certain things at stores and they put you on a damn list nowadays. So, let alone making videos showing stuff or, I don't know. It's risky. Like, you can't really have any fun. You got to do the plain Jane stuff to go with the flow to get along online is what it seems like. But, that's not the fun stuff, guys.
This was a fun build. This is what I did last night. I wish I had filmed this.
What are we looking at?
It's a slick side 601 upper with a 9mm barrel.
So it's a cool looking abomination.
How is it an abomination?
9mm.
Well, I mean, they had those back in the 60s.
Don't care.
I think
doesn't mean they're right.
I like the old retro triangle grip. I think it even feels good in your hand. Like,
Yep.
Yeah, I like the handrail. People bitch about them. Let me tell you, I've held that handrail so many damn times when you got to climb over, under shit, things like that. It's nice having that handle there. Like, you know what I mean?
I've never
cool anymore. I don't know, but it has a function.
I've never shot one of the. I've never held one with the triangle grip, but I saw somebody talking about one versus the round grips, and how with that, the way that's shaped, it basically locks your hand into it.
Yeah, you choke up on it. Yep. Yeah, I like them. I mean, they may not have dissipated heat very well, the original or this or that or whatever, but I think a lot of that. It's like the A2 grip. I love the A2 grip. Everybody hates it. They buy a gun, they throw it away. Like, send it to me. I like the A2 grip. Can't necessarily throw it on now and due to the safe act or whatever, unless I want to pin my magazine, which I find highly sacrilegious, but or whatever. But like that little nub when you're just standing, like, low ready or whatever, on guard or whatever the hell. It's nice. The gun just kind of rests there. I don't know what it is. I like it. Everybody else hates the nub. Like, it's such a big deal. I don't know. I guess everybody's different.
I don't care. One or the other, it doesn't make a huge difference to me. I'm fine with either. But there's lots of stuff like that for me. Like the grip angle of the Glocks. I'm fine with them. I seem to shoot them okay. Versus my H&K, which I shoot about the same. So it might just be I'm not the greatest shooter, so I don't notice the difference.
Well, I think people get stuck on perfection, but real life isn't perfect. You got to make do with what you have, and that's the real skill, I think, in some cases. So being able to overcome that minor problem or whatever, so I don't know. I get, but people, everybody has the right to do what they want, but it does seem like people nitpick, or the gun's not perfect, that's why they can't shoot it. You know what I mean? Or really, should be irrelevant. You should be able to take the tool and do the job. You may not be as efficient as somebody that only uses that tool, but you should be good enough. You should be able to work around that, like the grip angle with the Glock. Sure, your first couple of rounds might be off when you first pick one up, but you counter that. It's like Kentucky windage or whatever. You know what I mean? You compensate for it. You get over it. Next thing you know, it's not an issue anymore. So I don't, people that set in their ways, they just refuse to do it. I don't know. I don't like Glocks because they're ugly. That's the only reason. They work. I trust my life with one. No problems. I take one to war or whatever the case, but they're damn ugly. So if I got a choice, I'd rather pick something I like. And stereotyped. You're either a cop or a criminal gangster with a Glock around here. It's like the Newport thing. Like, I don't want to fit into your damn stereotype. Like, I use a holster, damn it.
G23s wants to know about the 3 new Glocks you purchased last week.
I missed his comment. The lady was cracking a joke at me, so if it's coming from G23, it's probably irrelevant anyway. Guy's been jealous ever since I sent his wife flowers that won't die.
I like that card that you sent. That was awesome.
Thank you. I thought it was priceless, man. Thank you.
I saw the video, but I forgot what the card said.
It was you open it up and it flips you off.
It was a poem or a rhyme, right?
Yeah, there was a poem on it. I actually got an extra, so when I do something like that, I always try to get an extra in case I want to use it again later or something, different purposes. So there might have been a third person I considered sending it to and decided not, but extras are good. I can bust it out, double check.
Bjorn was saying he's going to blueprint the action on the AR-10 that I believe he was saying earlier, way up there. He's building an AR-10.
Some flowers are red, some flowers are blue. I bought your lady a rose. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I was told I'm extra for doing that. My kid was like, "Oh, you're so extra." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Is that good? Is that bad? Oh.
I don't know. I guess it's extra. I don't know. Apparently, I'm not satisfied unless I go over the top with things. I guess I don't know.
Well, Foss, if you ever get a craving for retro, you want a barrel pin for you, the front sight base, get a triangle handguard, send me a barrel. I'll fix it up for you.
Okay. I don't have any plans on that, but I'll keep that in mind.
I will make you an abomination of your own.
I'd love one of them OD green retros from Brownells. I think they're coming from now, or they were. Like, man.
Oh, the Colt 601.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what model, but yeah, they were. Yeah, retro wasn't the adjustable stock. It was the ugly green composite or whatever. But I love it, dude. Like that's I don't know. Yeah,
I built one of
doing a
those.
version of those as well.
I built one of those with a 16-inch barrel and a full rifle-length handguard. I don't think I have a photo of that. But yeah, that's a pretty sweet rifle. It's a shame Brownells doesn't do those anymore.
Yeah, Pacifist saying his 5-year-old loved that Rob. He's really into the F word right now.
sorry about that. Wasn't aware he was watching, so I don't think I said it. I'm pretty sure I just showed it. So trying to be good for Boss's show. So
You definitely didn't say fuck.
okay, cool.
I was
Thanks.
listening very carefully.
Yeah, I try to be respectful until somebody else throws it out. Now screw it. So.
There's a Japanese band, Electric Eel Shock. They have a song, Don't Say Fuck. Pacifist said, it's all good, Rob. He's like a little sailor.
My nephew used to say, he used to call all trucks fucks. It's a fox. That was pretty funny.
X Adam 1. Deja vu. I swear I was just on this chat before I went to bed. This is a whole different chat.
Yep. Imagine if we went from 11 to 10 in the morning.
I'm in.
Do a 12-hour chat.
I don't know.
We
if
could
I
do that sometime. I don't know if we'd survive it.
I could do it on one wing. Come on.
I don't know. I didn't know if I would make 4 hours this morning. I was shooting for 2.
I heard you say that when you signed on this morning.
I don't know. It kind of helped once Rob jumped in, and then G-Webs helped kind of wake me back up.
Yeah, I was in the Odin sleep.
I heard you altered your trophy there, buddy.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I didn't do anything.
No? I thought Foss was saying you stuck the sticker on or something. I was like, God.
He didn't play the music that's on the trophy. He just used a different music in the video.
Okay.
I couldn't get good audio of it with my camera. So I was either going to rip Johnny Cash audio or use the one I already had. I took the easy route.
Do you have it there? Rob showed his, so I don't know if you've got yours handy, you can show yours.
Yeah, let me grab it.
Wait, showing what?
You'll find out.
Because one guy's saying Rob showed his, you should show yours. It's like, hold on, I joined this panel, but I might be out real quick.
Yeah, it was just a black screen though. Nobody could tell what it was.
G23 saying I
am the god of hellfire, and I bring you.
Here's a copyright strike for you.
I'll take you to burn. Fire. I'll take you to learn. I'll see you burn. You fought hard and you saved and earned.
Pretty awesome trophy.
Yeah, telling Rob that's the idea I came up with first, and then Rob's was the second idea when I had to come up with another prize. I didn't want to make two of the same thing.
Definitely cool, man. Definitely cool. That's why I tried to push him to do something, because I figured if Foss did it, it'd be cool, man. So I like this type of stuff. So yeah, I'm a little jealous. I never got a channel logo that sings and dances with fancy lights like some people. But hey, I'm not complaining. This thing is pretty cool. So he told me I'd have to move out of New York to get something like that. So
I've got over there. But there's parts for what I will build you when you leave New York. So I've got the parts that I need to do it. I'm just waiting for you to move.
That's pretty cool stuff, though. I mean, in my opinion, it's better than it's almost like getting a gift from your kid or something. Not that Floss is my kid by any means, but you know what I mean. It's like it's better when somebody actually puts their time into it than they just pick something off a shelf real quick. You know what I mean? It's got a lot more meaning. So, like, this thing is going to stick around forever as long as it's not bugged.
X Adam was asking, am I going to do a 24-hour chat anytime? I don't have any plans to. So, I can't say never because you never know, but it's not on the schedule. We'll say.
I got an idea. Why don't I make an AI version of you that just reads viewer comments? And we just leave you on for 24 hours straight.
I bet Hot Pot's probably a little jealous he didn't get in on this next round.
He probably doesn't have a clue. He doesn't know who I am. Probably forgot who
Yeah, he seems that way with me too occasionally. I met Joe. He asked me for a code. I was like, all right, I'll hook you up. And I gave him one, even though the son of a bitch has been running these plastic displays and all this stuff with his logo. But I gave him a damn code anyway. Tell him in a chat or one of his videos. I left a comment. This is like 2-3 weeks ago. I still ain't heard a damn thing yet. Like, well, I'm glad I went through the work to get you a code, buddy. So maybe he's just busy. I don't know. His wife responds, so I just got a reply back from her today. So, but maybe you don't like me for some reason.
Nothing beats the probably one of the first times that Baron and G-Webs were on a chat together, and then he invited Baron to come on his chat.
Oh, yeah. Like, his chat was going to start in 5 minutes. And he's like, hey, you want a link? I'm like, sure.
So he shows up and G-Web's like, who are you?
Jeez. I'm like, I was just on a show with you 5 minutes ago.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've made some comments that were all in good humor, but maybe the guy's really jealous and doesn't like me speaking highly of his wife or something like that, being nice, so maybe that's why he don't like me. So I don't know, but G23's fine with it. He knows, when he kicks it, if my lady kicks it, his lady's probably going to get treated well. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know, but obviously Rich White, he didn't appreciate my car too much. I don't think his lady likes me, but But when I do say these things, it's in humor or good taste. I'm not going to sit here and try to hit on another man's lady with my lady staring at me. Like, that's not going to go over well if I was being serious. So hopefully he doesn't take it that way.
I had that with a friend I hadn't seen in years, and another friend of ours had a barbecue, and we were both at, and the guy had his wife, and I could tell once we started reminiscing, his wife instantly didn't like me, didn't talk to me, wouldn't talk to me, and
oh, that's because he blamed everything on you in the past. He was like, oh, that prick, he's the one that always started the problems. Yeah, I got a friend I went to school with long time and stuff. He's popped by a couple of visits lately. He lives about an hour and change away. And he's married, and I have yet to even hear his wife's name yet. So I'm wondering if it's like an ex of mine or something, and you don't want to say something. I don't know. You know what I mean? I have no idea. I mean, I'm probably just reaching there, but yeah, he's, I guess I won't get an introduction.
Running into somebody who's all hugged up with or married to your ex is weird sometimes. Like, you don't know where to look. Do you look at her? Do you look at him and not look at her intentionally? Do you look at neither one of them? It's like,
well, that's like when you
awkward.
have two exes that get to know each other and start talking. That's
or in a couple of instances I've known where people's exes ended up getting together and being a couple out of and leaving the original people just standing there shaking heads. It's like, hey man.
I had a ex-girlfriend that switched teams after we broke up, and it took me a little while to get used to that. You know, you go through I was not a great boyfriend. I will fully admit that. But
Jesus, it's like a 1 minute wonder. What'd you do to that lady?
Kind of what you start wondering, was I that bad that she switched teams?
That's funny. Yeah, it's got to mess with your psyche, man. Like,
She a Huskies fan now?
No, but it took me a while to kind of get to come to grips with that. Then we were friendly after a little while. Yeah.
Yeah, weird stuff, man. Weird stuff. So I got a friend where he married a chick that way back, we might have had a quick, evening or something. So and that's kind of an awkward situation. But at the time, even then, I kind of asked him permission because they were a thing and then weren't, and then he didn't seem to care, and then life came back, and now they're married, and it's so many years later. It's kind of weird, but we get along fine. There's no problem. So nothing like that, you know what I mean? So, but it's probably definitely some unspoken tension, or was at times. So definitely could be an issue. But yeah, obviously I go out of my way to make sure nothing's ever looked at funny, you know what I mean, out of respect for my friend, you know what I mean? So I don't know. Yeah, people can do it, I guess, but it's definitely could be different.
I had, the ex that we broke up. I broke up with her, and then we were still friends, and then would kind of get together now and again until she ended up moving away.
Friends with benefits.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, the problem, when you grow up in a small town, like everybody's somebody's ex. You know what I mean? So it really, I don't know. Maybe it's different, I guess, if you did grow up in a like big city or something. But I don't know.
I knew a guy whose ex became his stepsister.
Well, what? How does that even work? Was this in Kentucky?
Yeah,
no, exactly. Washington State.
Stepsister.
So they were dating in school, and they broke up, and then their parents got married.
Ooh, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Oh man,
that kind of a cruel intentions scenario there.
Were they older? Like
high school?
High school. Yeah, it's still kind of weird thing then.
Yeah, it was weird.
To be staring across your sister at the dinner table, but she wasn't always your sister or whatever. Like,
yeah, man.
Ugh. Make the holidays interesting.
Well, they're not biologically related, so.
Shades of Joe Dirt.
They do have siblings, though, because their parents had kids. So they're kind of biologically related. I mean, how do you do that? Like their half brother is their steps. I don't know. But yeah, it's
still
weird.
strange, though, especially if they had like a bad breaking up, like, you know, one of them was cheating on the other, and now you got to deal with them the rest of your life. And it'd be kind of shitty.
So we're just about at the top of the hour. Is there anything we can kind of go around? I won't call on you one at a time. Just kind of whoever wants to plug something, go ahead and plug something.
Well, I want to jump in to say on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, you can check out the Guns of Barbecue channel for some interesting programming. And on Saturdays, drop by the A Great Start Shooting School channel for a discussion about mental health awareness and suicide.
Anyone else? Anyone?
I got nothing.
All righty.
We're running a Veterans Day sale still at R&L Displays till the end of the day. People are interested, so the codes don't work with the sales because it's, you know, basically as far as I can push it. So, but so if anybody's interested in a display, check that out. Probably will be having something for Black Friday as well, so keep an eye out if you are interested. Other than that, I just, you know, like tell everybody eat a salad. You know, appreciate cash, pay with cash. Cash is privacy.
These are a couple of the R&L displays right there. AR, and then one of the pistol ones, which I need to recoat that. I stripped the coating off it on accident. But that was my doing.
Well, once you own it, you're free to do what you like. I mean, I can't take it back because you put a Glock on it. So, you know, but no, but yeah. So other than that, thanks for joining me. Got me out of my morning. Or thanks for letting me join you. Got me out of my morning funk. So I woke up miserable this morning for some reason, but the mouse man apparently fixed that. So this has been therapeutic. I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you jumping in. And everybody out there, appreciate you. Those that were out in the live chat, and those who maybe were out there but didn't leave a comment, I appreciate you too. And those who watch this in replay, leave a comment. Anything we talked about, agree, disagree, something you think we missed, go ahead and let me know. I always read the comments, or join the Gilded server. You can talk to a whole lot of people in there.
Yeah, we're currently doing a bad movie bracket, and we are taking suggestions.
And let's see, what one should we wear? There. Trying to figure out which outro I want to use. Well, I will say, I don't know where I put it, so we'll just use regular one. Thank you to everybody, and I hope everybody has a good rest of the day.
You still here? It's over. Go home. No.